during the primaries, that person was knocked off.
Yeah, but in most cases in Nigeria, we've seen that for you to get to a certain point in your political career, you have to have, or you have to be in line with the powers that be, so to speak.
Now you're talking.
Yeah.
The powers that be.
And then now,
and that's what happened in Delta State, because the sitting governor at the time was the power that be. And that's how the sitting governor of today came into
so it's safe to say that if you're not with the power that be, you cannot get to a reasonable point in politics.
As powerful as Omo Agege was going into that election, you saw that the powers that be also flogged him aside.
Power past power.
Exactly. And we are going into the next election. It's going to be very dicey in Delta State, where we now have the governor in the same political party with Omo Agege, who contested with the sitting governor at the time in 2023, who was in another political party, talking about the state governor under PDP. So it's going to be very, very interesting. And now, you want to look at it, he may come again to contest in the primaries. He's an old man. The governor, sitting governor, is not even is no longer a youth. Where is the youth going to come in? So in that space now, in APC, for instance, do you think any youth will come there to say he wants to contest the primaries and win?
No, now powers that be has already taken charge.
So you can see where, that's why I said initially from the beginning that if it were possible for the youth to have their own political party, it will go a long way to challenge these people. A lot will happen. Those people you saw during the 2020 SARS, they will come out en masse to vote for that youth party. So,
but do you think that if youths come out in mass, and if you think that the youths are, if the youths get a political party, do you think that the powers that be will allow them?
There's something we still don't understand in Nigeria. You see, when the youths come out
to speak,
to say about something, it holds ground. It holds ground. And that was what the government saw they were afraid of, and they tried to ensure that 2020, that movement does not reoccur. We almost got it in 2023 through Peter Obi.
Yeah.
You know, that was a movement, not the Labour Party per se. It was a movement.
Yes.
Anyway.
When you said it's a movement, something else came to mind. Okay. But all right, so let's wrap it up here now. One last word from you, Mr. Fred.
Well, truly, Nigeria youths are really, really interested in becoming tomorrow's leader, not just that word that they used to say, tomorrow's leaders are the future leader is whatever. You know, the question still remains, are Nigerian youth really interested in politics? The answer is yes.
Okay. I would ask, or I would say, or I will conclude with, are Nigerian youth really interested in politics? Or are they just discouraged? There are so many answers to this question. I'll leave it to our amazing viewers to give us an answer. We will love to see your comments on our social media platforms. We'd love to hear from you. We'd love to know where you're watching us from. We'd love to know on which platform you got this information. And we will love to be back with you again next week, Friday, same time, same station. See you. Thank you so much for watching to this point. Have a lovely day. Bye-bye.
This is TVM. TVM delivers breaking stories, global headlines, and the moments that matter. From exciting sports action to exclusive local events, we keep you connected. Celebrate our culture, people and voices with powerful documentaries and inspiring stories. Experience premium entertainment, from trending music to urban lifestyle and beyond. Grow your spirit with life-changing messages and uplifting perspectives. Lead the way with bold conversations, fresh ideas, and thought-provoking shows. Wherever you are, whenever you want, watch TVM on all your devices. TVM, your world, your network.
Hello, welcome to Global Brief on TVM. I am Fred O'Neill, and these are the stories making the rounds. Now, fuel retailers in Kenya are reporting shortages of petrol and diesel across parts of the country. Industry officials say about 20% of the country's roughly 3,100 fuel stations are currently affected, with independent marketers recording the most supply challenges. Kenya relies on imported refined petroleum products, with a large share sourced from the Middle East under supply arrangements. Now, recent disruptions linked to the ongoing conflict in that region have affected shipments and delivery timelines. The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority has maintained existing pump prices despite changes in global prices. Now, retailers say this has affected supply patterns, with some outlets experiencing reduced deliveries. Authorities say national fuel stocks are available even as supply distribution varies across locations. Now, agents from the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement have begun deploying to selected airports across the United States. The deployment places federal immigration officers directly within major travel hubs, where they are expected to carry out enforcement duties linked to border control and internal immigration monitoring. The move is part of a broader operational effort that expands the visibility and reach of immigration enforcement within the country's transportation network. Airports included in the rollout are key entry and transit points where passenger movement is high and monitoring activities can be concentrated. Now, the development marks a shift in how enforcement operations are conducted, bringing them into more public-facing spaces with the travel system. An incident involving the detention of a distressed woman by federal officers in Francisco has drawn strong reactions from U.S. lawmakers. The woman was taken into custody by immigration enforcement agents, prompting concern over how the situation was handled. Democratic lawmakers have responded by raising questions about the conduct of the officers involved and the treatment of individuals during enforcement operations. The case has quickly gained attention, adding to ongoing discussions around immigration practices and the responsibilities of federal agencies in such encounters. Details surrounding the circumstances of the detention continue to emerge as the issue remains under scrutiny. Still with the United States, the Supreme Court is currently considering a case that could determine how asylum claims are processed at the U.S. border. The case focuses on whether a president has the authority to limit or reshape the procedures used to handle asylum applications. Arguments presented before the court examine the balance between executive authority and existing immigration laws governing how individuals seek protection in the United States. The outcome of the case could influence how future administrations manage border operations and asylum systems. A decision is expected to clarify the scope of presidential power in this area of immigration policy. Now, Iran has launched multiple waves of missiles into Israel, marking a significant escalation in hostilities between the two countries. The attacks triggered air raid sirens in several cities across Israel as the country's air defense systems were activated to intercept incoming projectiles. Residents in affected areas were directed to shelters as emergency protocols were put in place. Iran's government says the strikes are part of its ongoing response to regional development, while also rejecting claims by US President Donald Trump about possible negotiations, describing such reports as false. The escalation is taking place in a region that is critical to global energy supply. The Straits of Hormuz, located nearby, remains a key transit route for a large share of the world's oil shipments. Any disruption in that corridor has direct implications for global energy flows and shipping activity. Now, airspace monitoring and military readiness have increased across neighboring countries as the situation continues to evolve. To Australia, because the energy company Santos Limited has temporarily shut down operations at its Darwin liquefied natural gas facility in northern Australia. The company says the shutdown is linked to supply disruptions that have emerged as a result of instability in global energy markets, particularly those connected to the Middle East. The Darwin LNG plant processes natural gas for export, primarily serving customers across Asia. It plays a key role in supplying liquefied natural gas to countries that depend on imports for power generation and industrial use. With the facility offline, supply chains are expected to tighten, especially as buyers in Asia look for alternative sources to meet demands. Now, operational adjustments are now underway, with the company assessing timelines for restarting the plant once supply conditions stabilize. Now to the United Kingdom, because a financial regulator over there has imposed a £27 million fine on the recent parent company of a London-based bank. The penalty follows findings that the institutions failed to meet required regulatory standards, particularly in areas related to oversight and compliance. Now, regulators say the breaches were identified during supervisory reviews, which are part of ongoing monitoring of financial institutions operating within the UK system. The fine reflects continued enforcement action aimed at ensuring that banks adhere to established rules governing their operations. Now, the case adds to a series of regulatory measures targeting compliance failures within the financial sector. All right, we go for a break now. Global Brief returns shortly. Stay with us.
Welcome to Dursag Engineering and Services Limited. A trusted name in the oil and gas industry, proudly registered with the Corporate Affairs Commission since the year 2000. We hold several specialized permits with the Department of Petroleum Resources, are accredited with service and product codes by NIPEX, certified by Dun & Bradstreet, and proudly ISO 9001:2015 certified. Our head office is strategically located at 43 Airport Road, Warri, Delta State, Nigeria. At Dursag, our areas of expertise cut across critical sectors, including manpower sourcing and supply, both local and highly trained expatriate personnel. Engineering services across civil, electrical, instrumentation, and mechanical works. Construction and fabrication works. Specialized procurement and supply. Operations and maintenance services. And integrated marine services, delivering supply boats, crew boats, tugboats, barges, houseboats, and speed boats. We are proud partners to some of the industry's leading players, including NNPC and its subsidiaries, Seplat Petroleum, First Hydrocarbon Nigeria Limited, ND Western, Saipem Contracting Nigeria Limited, and Lee Engineering and Construction, among others. Over the years, we have successfully executed manpower, EPC, and marine support projects with a strong record of excellence. At DERSAG Engineering, we are committed to quality, safety, and timely delivery, ensuring that every project meets and exceeds expectations. DERSAG Engineering and Services Limited, your trusted partner in delivering world-class engineering and energy solutions.
Welcome back from that commercial break, and you're still watching Global Brief on TVM. Now, Japan will begin releasing crude oil from its joint public and private stockpiles before the end of March as pressure builds on global energy supply. Prime Minister Fumio Kishida confirmed the plan, stating that the government is taking steps to stabilize fuel availability within the country. Japan's strategic reserves are held in a combination of government-controlled storage facilities and mandated private sector stockpiles. These reserves are designed to be used during supply disruptions or emergencies affecting global oil flows. The planned release comes as international oil markets react to instability in the Middle East, where ongoing tensions have raised concerns about supply continuity. Authorities in Japan are coordinating the release to ensure the domestic refiners and distributors maintain steady operations, particularly as demand remains consistent across transportation and industrial sectors. Now to the stock markets, and that's across Asia, have recorded declines as foreign investors pull funds from the region. The sell-off comes amid rising uncertainty linked to the escalating conflict in the Middle East, which has triggered concerns about a potential shock to global oil supply. Now, trading data shows sustained outflows from key markets as investors reduced exposure to risk-sensitive assets. Major indices across the region moved lower during the latest trading sessions. The withdrawals reflect a broader shift in global capital movement, with funds being redirected away from emerging and regional markets during the periods of heightened geopolitical tension. Now, currency movements and bond markets in parts of Asia have also shown signs of pressure as financial conditions tighten in response to external shocks. Now, to the US, because the stock markets over there are holding relatively steady despite ongoing volatility in global financial markets. While equities in Asia and other regions have come under pressure, the US shares have shown more stability, supported by continued investor participation. Market activity indicates that capital is being directed toward US assets, even as oil prices rise and geopolitical risks remain elevated. Now, trading sessions have seen less pronounced declines compared to other global markets, heightening or highlighting a divergence in performance across regions. The trend reflects ongoing shifts in global investment flows during periods of uncertainty, with the United States maintaining its position as a key destination for capital. Japan's Sumitomo Mitsui Financial Group is considering a possible acquisition of Jefferies Financial Group. The potential deal, reported by the Financial Times, would represent a major cross-border move in the banking industry. Now, Sumitomo and global markets. Jefferies, based in the United States, operates as an investment bank providing advisory and capital markets services. If pursued, the transaction would expand SMFG's international footprint and deepen its presence in global financial markets. A UK home builder, Bellway, has lowered its operating margin forecast for the 2026 financial year. The company says rising construction costs, including materials and labor, are affecting its ability to maintain previous profit expectations. At the same time, demand in the housing market has shown signs of slowing, with fewer transactions recorded in some segments. Bellway's update reflects broader conditions in the UK property sector, where developers are adjusting to changing economic factors. Now, the revised outlook provides an indication of how current market conditions are impacting finance performance across the industry. And now to Asian market, this one involving Chinese technology company Alibaba, because they are developing a new semiconductor designed for advanced artificial intelligence systems. Now, this chip is being built to support agentic AI, a form of AI that allows systems to perform tasks with greater independence and decision-making capability. The development is part of broader efforts by Chinese firms to strengthen domestic capacity in semiconductor production and reduce reliance on external technology. The project also reflects continued investment in AI infrastructure as companies expand capabilities in computing power and machine learning applications. Further details about the chip specifications and rollout timeline are yet to be disclosed. I mean, when you look at what the Chinese technology are bringing into the foreplay, definitely you say that, yes, for one, Alibaba, they are making a great stride in that direction, especially when it comes to semiconductor in relation to AI. Let's see how that one goes, but hoping that this will not also bring about more unemployment rates. All right, lastly, for today on Global Brief, we'll go over to sports. The Asian Football Confederation has postponed Asian Champions League matches scheduled to take place in Jeddah. Now, the affected fixtures involve clubs that were set to compete in the Saudi city as part of the tournament schedule. Organizers say the decision was taken due to prevailing conditions affecting match arrangements and logistics. Teams and officials have been informed, and new dates for the matches are expected to be announced at a later time. The postponement impacts the tournament calendar, requiring adjustments to scheduling and team preparations. All right, that's the size of Global Brief today. Follow us via our digital platforms for more in-depth news and programs. I am Fred O'Neill. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.
This is TVM. TVM delivers breaking stories, global headlines, and the moments that matter. From exciting sports action to exclusive local events, we keep you connected. Celebrate our culture, people, and voices with powerful documentaries and inspiring stories. Experience premium entertainment, from trending music to urban lifestyle and beyond. Grow your spirit with life-changing messages and uplifting perspectives. Lead the way with TVM, your world, your network.
Power does not operate in silence. Someone must ask the questions, tell the stories, and shine the lights where others would rather keep things hidden. In Nigeria, that responsibility largely falls on the media. From newspaper and radio to television and digital platform, the media plays a powerful role in how the country is governed. Here on Explain, we're going to be looking at the roles of media in governance, how it informs, checks powers, shapes public opinion, and strengthens democracy.
When we talk about the media, we mean newspapers, radio, television, and digital platforms such as news websites and social media. In Nigeria, the media reaches millions of people every day in cities, towns, and rural communities. From early morning radio to the late night TV news, the media is often the first source of information to the public. The first major role of the media in governance is information. The media tells Nigerians what the government is doing, new policies, budgets, laws, appointments, and national decisions. Without the media, most citizens would be disconnected from the government's activities. By reporting the news, the media acting as a watchdog. Journalists observe actions, investigate wrongdoing, and expose corruption or abuse of power. When public funds are misused or leaders fail to do their jobs, the media brings these issues to public attention. This role helps discourage bad behavior in government and remind leaders that the public is watching. Because of media reports, officials are often forced to explain their actions. When stories trend in the media, ministries issue statements, agencies respond, and sometimes investigations are opened. This process is called accountability, leaders being answerable to the people. In this way, the media helps balance power between the government and its citizens. The media does not only report news, it also educates the public. Through discussions, interviews, and special programs, the media explains government policies, citizens' rights, and national issues in simple language. Radio programs in local languages and TV discussions help Nigerians understand how governance affects their daily lives. Elections are a major part of governance, and the media plays a key role during this period. The media educates voters, introduces candidates, reports campaigns, and monitors the electoral process. On election days, media coverage helps promote transparency and reduces the speed of rumors. This helps citizens make informed choices and strengthens democracy. The media also gives ordinary Nigerians a voice. Through phone-in programs, interviews, and social media engagements, citizens can express their opinions and raise concerns. This allows the government to hear directly from the people and encourages public participation in governance. Despite its importance, the media in Nigeria faces challenges. These include pressure from powerful individuals, threats to journalists, lack of funding, and the spread of fake news. Some media houses also struggle to remain independent. These challenges affect how effectively the media can perform in its role in governance. Without the media, governance would lack transparency. The media connects the government to the people, keeps leaders accountable, and helps citizens stay informed. A free and responsible media strengthens good governance and democracy in Nigeria.
In the story of Nigeria's democracy, the media is more than just an observer, it is an active participant. By informing the public, holding leaders accountable, and giving voice to the people,
stories, global headlines, and the moments that matter. From exciting sports action to exclusive local events, we keep you connected. Celebrate our culture, people, and voices with powerful... This is TVM. TVM delivers breaking stories, global headlines, and the moments that matter. From exciting sports action to exclusive local events, we keep you connected. Celebrate our culture, people, and voices with powerful documentaries and inspiring stories. Experience premium entertainment, from trending music to urban lifestyle and beyond. Grow your spirit with life-changing messages and uplifting perspectives. Lead the way with bold conversations, fresh ideas, and thought-provoking shows. Wherever you are, whenever you want, watch TVM on all your devices. TVM, your world, your network,
Can you introduce yourself and tell us a bit of your background into software development?
Okay. My name is Paul Okodowa, and I've been working in the software industry for, say, almost a decade now, 8 years to be precise. And so it was, my introduction into tech was not so straightforward. It wasn't so straightforward. So I started from customer service all the way to customer success, and then I moved to content writing. From content writing then to learning software engineering. So software engineering to content creation, like educational content creation. And that's where I am now. So it's not been a very, very, very straight journey. But it was, I think my introduction into tech started when I started learning to build websites at the beginning, WordPress and the rest, trying to do. Okay, it was HTML. Okay, I think I'm getting it now. I was teaching in a school where I teach people how to design with CorelDRAW, Microsoft Word, those other stuff that we have those days. And there was this book in the office, and it has this how to build a website, very big book. It's from those O'Reilly. I think O'Reilly's How to Build Website. And I can remember that the first website there in that book was to build a website for a football team called Carnington Cougars. That's the name of the football team. And so I was following it bit by bit, just going through the HTML bit by bit. And I kind of really got interested because it was very easy to just translate what's inside the book all the way to the PC. That was my first experience trying to build website, and then went all the way to Dreamweaver. Dreamweaver was a terrible software though. So I went all the way to Dreamweaver, and then it was from Dreamweaver, just kept on learning, and then YouTube became very popular, and jumped into YouTube and started learning as much as I could. But it was, for the job part of it, it was majorly from customer success. So I didn't just go all the way to website, because I really did not know anything. I had the knowledge, but I really did not know how to put it into use. But I was doing customer success for a tech company. So that's how we just kept on going.
What was that inspiration? From customer success down to software development, now you're into content creation. Although I don't like using the word content creation as a job description, because even if you are creating content, you are creating content about what you do. So what you do is the job.
Okay.
So what was your inspiration towards all through this journey, from one point to the next point? What inspired you to move and get to that point?
Okay, so the first time I was building a website, very cheap website. Then I got that job as a customer success guy. So I was paid 35,000 a month. I can imagine how lean that was. So I was paid 40,000, and then there was tax. There was not tax, it was insurance, I guess. And I think it was 5,000, and then it was 9,000 actually. So I was paying 5,000, my company was paying 4,000, and my take home was 30,000. But the guys those who were building software, they were earning way, way more than I was. So I was the one involved in scouting the customer, making sure the customer come do business with us. But I was earning very, very low, very, very little. And but aside the fact that I was earning little, I'm somebody who's very, very interested in being the one who's at the top and not the one who's below. So I knew that the easiest way for me to do that would be to build software personally, to move all the way from customer service and build software, even though that doesn't seem like the right thing to do in 2025 right now. But what I did was I was taking time to, upskill myself and sell my services outside what I was doing for the company. So I was doing customer success. I had things like templates on how to close deals. I had contract draft. So I had access to all the things that was used in that particular company I was working for. So what I did was that I started to freelance on the side. Not trying to build software like they did, because I really did not know the technology they were using. I don't know. I'm not good at the technology, but I knew the technology they were using, but I'm not very good at it. So I started to freelance on the side. So I started with website development. That's what I started with, and just kept on going. And then website development, I was doing website development for Nigerians, right? But you know how Nigerians can be. Somebody says, I'm going to pay you 200,000, and that 200,000, you will use it to design heaven and earth for me. So I wasn't so comfortable with kind of relationship I was having with Nigerians. So I thought, what would be the easiest thing for me to do for people outside? So I realized that probably my decision then, probably if I had continued web design, I would have been able to take it outside. But my decision then was that I was going to begin to build software, build web software, apps, internet tools, external tools for people outside the country. And that's just basically how I just started, building all of that. So when I say I'm a content creator, maybe that's the wrong word to use because I don't create content that makes people happy and all that stuff. So I would say that I'm a teacher. So I teach, I teach software development. Tech education. I teach software development online. That's what I do. So I don't really entertain anybody. In fact, if you're looking forward to be entertained, you won't really watch my content. You won't.
All right, now down to the tech, because I understand that there are careers or skills or businesses that thrive in the right ecosystem, right? So is there a developer hub in Benin, because you are based in Benin right now? Is there kind of a group of developer hub where you guys kind of share ideas or what's the word, troubleshoot problems like in Benin? Yeah.
Okay. I think the good thing about being a developer is that you don't have to be in a local circle. Right? It's a choice. If you want to be in a local circle or if you don't want to be in a local circle, it's just a choice thing. Okay. It's not something that is very compulsory. Maybe like people who sell clothes, yams, and the rest, you don't have to. But in Benin City or Nigeria at large, they have various developer groups that you can belong to. There's a Google developer group. There is an Untitled Designers. There's a whole lot of different groups that you can belong to. You just have to probably find them on LinkedIn or probably go to Eventbrite and sign up for one of their events, attend the event, and you definitely become a member or become a friend to the people who, become a friend to the persons who host those design conferences, right? But for outside, you can just really start from Google searching. So people are very, I think the tech community is one of those communities where people encourage you a lot, even though people can still discourage you a lot. Because when you see people getting a lot of results and you're not getting that result, it's discouragement. But if you're just getting started, they can really encourage you. There are tons and tons of Slack groups that you can join. There are tons of online meetups that you can do. Some persons even do morning brew, like morning coffee sections, like every Monday, every weekend. So you just join them and you get acquainted with what's happening in your industry at that time. So you could actually join as many groups as possible.
So aside these internal resources, because what you just described sounds to me like resources made available by people who are in development.
Sure.
Now, are there other, do you think that in the government, state government, federal government have made enough resource available for young developers? And then if they haven't, what do you think is missing in the whole development system in Nigeria, developer system in Nigeria, from the perspective of the government, not within your group now?
Okay. I think personally that the ecosystem in Nigeria is not thriving yet. Privately, the ecosystem is thriving a bit, but the thing is everybody is doing things in silence, secretly in their rooms. I personally have been in my room for the past 3 years, just working and not really coming out. Right. But in terms of the government aspect of things, I would say a complete no. I would say no because there's a whole lot of things that is needed for a developer to thrive. If you don't have some very constant factor, you will not be able to thrive as a developer, irrespective of the part of the country that you are. For example, if you do not have light, you will not be able to thrive. It's your productivity is directly proportional to how much light time you have and how much network you have. You know, sometimes I'm working personally and network just goes off. I can't continue. Like, probably I'm on a call and the next thing I just realized that my network just dropped to 0. I can't continue with the call and the person is saying, hello. You just have to wait for the call to end or wait for the network to come back, and then you go send an apology note. Hey, I'm sorry, it's the network. So you keep on saying that same thing multiple times, right? So I don't think that the government is providing a lot of resource for people who are working remotely or people who are in the digital space. You have to cover up so many things yourself. I did a boot camp. We had 4,000 persons in a boot camp. Lots of persons, while they were on the boot camp, lots of them had light fluctuations in different part of the country, not like the same part of the country, different part of the country. A lot of them had light fluctuations. You won't believe that their laptop got fried. Many of them. Some of them, their transformer just went off. Wow. Their laptop got fried. So you can usually see pictures of people who say, hey, my motherboard just went bad. Why? Because light just fluctuated. There are some persons who say, I started this boot camp to learn, but in the process of this boot camp, they came and they took my transformer away. As crazy as that is, they took my transformer away and now I can't really join the boot camp. You know, so I think there have to be adequate resources put together for people who are working remotely or who will build an application, from security to light to even credit facility for you to acquire gadgets. Naira is not doing so well in the market. I remember when I started, say like 8 years ago, you could actually get a brand new PC for 90,000. That's how much I got my first brand new PC, 90,000. But now, if you want to get a brand new PC, you should be thinking like maybe 2.5 million.
Exactly.
So if you are a developer, irrespective of how good you are, there are some things that you will not be able to do if you do not have a very good PC that you want to use, right? So I think credit line will be a very good thing for the government to do. You borrowing money to get gadgets at 36%, it's a very, very terrible deal.
At DSAG Engineering and Services, we anticipate, manage, and deliver. Since 2000, we have been a leading EPC company, ensuring customer satisfaction through quality service and timely delivery. With integrity, proficiency, and innovation at our core, we provide world-class solutions tailored to your needs. From engineering designs and construction to procurement, manpower outsourcing, and maritime supplies, DSAG delivers excellence. Partner with us today. Visit www.dsag.net or call +23 4807 254 8724. DSAG Engineering and Services. Anticipate, manage, deliver.
Welcome back to the concluding part of this conversation. And before we went on that short break, Engineer Poye was telling us about the difficulty or what the government can do to make it easier. And I tend to agree with him because, these days, the tech and the media space are kind of an outlet for young people to make a living. We don't have people vying for conventional jobs anymore. People are leaning inwards towards developing their skill and making money out of it. I for one, I can attest to the fact that it costs a whole lot of money to get power for production purposes for a day, to get data for a day. So it's actually crazy, to spend 15,000, 20,000 naira a day just for fuel to power because there was no national power. And meanwhile, you still pay for those. And there was one other thing too that I would like to chip into. There was also the difficulty in payments. Yeah, it's one thing I've noticed. I will go through a lot in this country. Yeah. You want to buy something online outside the country, you go through hell to pay your money. It's not like you want to take somebody's money. Your own money that you have to pay for a product or pay for a software or pay for something or plugin or whatever it is, you go through hell to get it. I don't know what policy operates that, but man, it's not fair to young developers. It's not fair to young tech people. So thank you for being with us, Engineer Paul.
Yeah, just want to chip in on that idea, being able to collect payment as a person. So, if you are a freelancer or you're a tech person if you're a tech person who's based in Nigeria or maybe other third world country, especially in Nigeria, you will find it difficult to make payment and accept payment. I think there are a lot of policies that's making sure that these so-called big guys are able to charge directly your Nigerian card, or as long as your IP address is from Nigeria, there's just so many services that you can't really access. Just thinking of, I was going to pay for Google Cloud services just a few days ago. I tried my local card, it didn't work. I tried my foreign card, it didn't work. Tried a French card, it didn't work. It just doesn't work. This is something that if you live in the UK or you live in any other country, you're able to do this as easy as possible. But because you're in Nigeria, it's difficult. Even if you were building products in Nigeria and you're building for people who live in maybe in the UK or in the US, there is hardly any infrastructure that is based in Nigeria that you can use to charge that person. Right? You would have to rely on Amazon, or you have to rely on Stripe. You have to rely on other tools that when you charge that person, you are going to pay your tax to those other persons. I mean, recently I was taxed $33 simply because I was charging somebody penny. I mean, the amount of money I was going to charge this person is so low, and before I was able to complete that transaction, I was charged as much as $33 just to complete a very simple transaction like that. That's how hard it is for people to transfer money. So I think that's something that the government will have to look on. Else, Nigeria will not be able to compete in a global space. We'll just keep building fintech products, or we'll keep on building the same product for the same people over and over and over again, and which is very, very, very terrible, if you ask me.
Aside from even expanding the fintech, the tech space, I don't like using fintech because it's like fintech is the only thing we do in Nigeria. We'll come to that. Absolutely. But aside from expanding the tech space, it's taxable income that the government could actually do some. We pay tax to foreign governments simply because
every day you pay tax to foreign government every day
simply because of freelance.
Yes, everything you do as a freelancer, you're doing it majorly in foreign currency, especially if you're somebody. Okay, let's say for example now, if you're working on Upwork is a place where you go to bid for jobs. If you're working on Upwork, you first of all buy Upwork coins. They call it Comet. First of all, pay for that in dollars, right? And then when they give you, see how your Upwork money will go. When they give you product to work on an Upwork, I think they charge you about 30%. So that's minus 30%. Now you have your own 70%. Let's say the person is charging you $100. You're charging the person $100. Upwork take 30%, between the range of 20 to 30%, depending on how, I think 10 to 30%, depending on the price range of the project. And then that person gives you $70. Upwork is supposed to send that money to you, but they can't send the money to you because you don't have
the facility.
Not just facility, there's government restriction as to how much money you can collect, you can receive from Upwork. You can't, Upwork cannot send it to you. So what you do is that you would have to open an account in America, but you do it through a private company, right? Those guys, they will then charge you a particular percent for receiving that money from you first. And then, let's say, for example, that the standard rate of Naira is about 1,600 Naira, as at this point, I guess. And then they too, that same company will sell Naira for you like 1,550 something Naira. So for every $1 that they give you, they collect from you, they will charge you 45 Naira extra after charging the percentage to collect the money from you. So you see, if it's 100 Naira It's $100 that they are collecting, they are processing for you to your local bank account in Naira. They will charge you 45 Naira times 100, depending on the rate. Sometimes it can be as much as 100 Naira.
Wow.
Right, so that means you pay 4,500 Naira just to take that money from that virtual account to your Naira account. So you can see how much you lose. 30% to upward, you come down, you lose about 2 to 5% to maybe GigPay or any of these other two, and then they want to transfer it to your account, you lose about 45 Naira per person. So you see how much you're losing. If we had the infrastructure, right, it would have been very easy for government to handle that. Other countries are doing it. India handle their payment themselves. China does it. South Africa does it. Other countries are doing it. So I think the blockage in finance, so to say, we have the infrastructure because we were doing this before.
Yeah.
We had the infrastructure, but I don't know what happened. I'm not a financial expert, but I think the government just came one day and said, hey, stop it.
I have my theory. I don't want to say it here because this is not the platform for it. But I have my theory. There's something I believe is the reason why, because I do pay. I remember when AliExpress was kind of getting traction.
Yeah, you pay with your normal Naira card.
I pay with my normal Naira.
I used to
card.
pay with FCMB myself.
I buy stuff from AliExpress and resell in Nigeria. All of a sudden, one government came and said, no, I don't know why. They would give you reasons for money laundering or whatever. But my thinking is you do not throw away the baby with the bathwater.
Yeah, you do not stop 200 million people from receiving money from America simply because
a few of them will do money laundering.
200 persons are into money laundering, right? You know, I went to, do you know the funny thing, Lawrence? The funny thing here is, because of this issue, I went to FCMB to go open a domiciliary account because they said, okay, it's a domiciliary account, it's fine. Then I happened to have courses on Skillshare. And that first time I made some money on Skillshare, and it was about 72, about 100 and something US dollars like that. In order for me to, I made about 100 and something dollars. So I wanted to collect the money. I put my FCMB DOM account as the account that you send the money to. Normally, it ought to get to you as dollars, right? You know what happened? To get that money from Skillshare here, right, they had charged me about $49 already.
Wow.
I'm telling you, just to get the money from Skillshare's account to this account, they
said 50, but they say they're dashing you one.
They are charging me $49 US. And then when that money came, you won't believe the rest. It came as Naira. Oh. FCMB said it was a mistake or something. Oh. They sent FCMB converted the money to Naira for me by themselves, right? And I had to go and pick. Do you know how much got to me? From $100 and something. Do you know how much got to me? 24,000 Naira. That's how much got to me. So that's how crazy. That's how crazy the policy can be.
Less than $30.
That's less than $30. Yeah. That's how crazy the policy can be.
Wow.
That's how much got to me. And I think at that time dollar was about 700 or something Naira. That's what got to me from changing about 130 something US dollars and sending it to Nigeria. What got to me was that price. And funny, I had to go to the bank itself to go and make sure this thing worked. FCMB said, we forgot. Oh my God, we changed it. They changed it for me. They changed this thing for me.
Well, we have to move on. We are not policy makers. We can only just ask.
Absolutely.
Now, there was something I've noticed in the Nigerian tech space. We have great developers, good developers who can make some fantastic. For instance, look at our fintech. Like our fintech is one of the most robust out there. We do mobile payment easily. There are a lot of banks in Nigeria that do not have offices that people even know. But
absolutely,
60 to 70% of Nigeria's bank with them. Why have we not been able to translate this success in fintech to SaaS, software as a service, provide other services? The other things we could do with software. Why is it just the financial space that is?
Okay. So I think a lot of persons are doing this already, but you will normally find these persons in Port Harcourt. So if you're watching us and you want to go into spaces that are other than the fintech space, Port Harcourt is a place that you should be, not Lagos or Abuja or any of those places. So you would normally find most of these guys in Port Harcourt. So I used to have a work colleague. He formed, he's the owner of, CEO, I think, of Pipes. Pipes is a very cool tool for DevOps, I know a couple of persons in Port Harcourt who are doing this, but I think the Lagos boys and the around Nigeria boys, they have to be doing a fintech for something, fintech for anything. So the fintech space has become so competitive that your success is directly proportional to how much money you're willing to waste. So if you have a fintech app, Uber for Suya or a Suya app, Abeg, any of these apps like that, your app will become very successful if you have a lot of marketing budget, or you can bring the price very low. So let's say, for example, the standard CBN rate is 10% per transaction, and you personally, you are charging 5 naira per transaction. So you're the one covering the 5 naira for CBN, right? So let's say you have if you're, as long as you're willing to cover that 5 naira, as low as 5 naira, or probably, this 15 naira fee that people pay whenever they transfer above 10,000 naira. If you say, okay, I have 300 million, maybe $10 million in the bank account, I can cover that 50 naira for maybe 100 million transactions. People will leave you complex services like MoneyPoint, OPay, and jump all the way to you. Right, so it's a very volatile market. People get into fintech to lose money, not to make money, right? So anyway, that's a talk for another day. But for reasons why people don't do business to business, because there's really no business. Yeah, you can really quote me anywhere. There's really no business to do business to business software for in Nigeria. Majority of the people that we sell to in Nigeria, they are customers. So it's business to customer. So you almost can't do business to business in Nigeria. You fail. You will not really succeed because there's so many things. There is not enough business in Nigeria for you to have a business software for a particular kind of people. Because when you're building business to business software, Lawrence, you have to niche to a particular set of people. Say, for example, we say you are building, today I was reading about a guy who built a software for people who own pet farms, private pet farms in the US. I think it should be pet farms in the US. So that's a business to business something. People who want to manage their pet farms, they will pay for it. So then if you bring it back to Nigeria, let's say, for example, you want to build a software that people can use to manage bakery. So the question now is, how many bakery do you have in Nigeria, right? And how many bakeries will be willing to use a tech product like that, and for free? And how many persons will be willing to pay for that product in order for you to optimize their business? So when you have few business in Nigeria, like the number of businesses in Nigeria is few, but the business that we have in Nigeria are people who just hand to hand, let's just do the things that we can. I'm selling Suya, I'm selling Zinc. But if you say core SMEs, we really don't have SMEs that you can really, really bid for. I will always say that Nigeria is the opposite of South Africa. South Africa has so many B2B products that people are saying, oh, how can we build B2C products? Nigeria has too many B2C products. Everyone is saying, we are all the business. So we don't have the market for any B2B product. And another thing is, this is the one that will break the camel's back. Nigerians don't like paying for anything, especially if it's a made in Nigerian product. Nigerians don't like paying for. If there's no white man inside, if you want to sell to a lot of Nigerians, you have to use a white guy as your advert guy. Yeah. If there's no white guy inside, if you're not saying like this product is made from China, this product is made from UK, one UK address, one American address, and lots of Nigerians don't really think that it is very, very cool, right? And Nigerians hate paying for something. Somebody made a post recently on Twitter, and the person said that Instagram, they're charging about 2,400 naira a year for premium. I think they were doing it on promo or something. Do you know what Nigerians said, Lawrence? They said, don't worry, don't pay. Don't pay. I have a cheat that will enable you to have it for
For 2,400.
2,400. This is less than
That's like 2,000 a month.
That's like 200 naira a month. 200 naira a month.
Yeah, that's 200 naira.
Yes, and that's $1.50 or something a year. And the Nigerian person came around and said, telling people not to pay, that he has it cheap.
Yeah.
So talk less of you're building a B2B software and with all the cloud infrastructure, everything that you want to do, and so you're charging. So I think what Nigerians should do, if you're a software developer, I think what you should do is that you should build for outside the country.
Wow.
Just build for outside the country. The Nigerian market itself is not ready for business to business software. I remember when MoneyPoint came. I think they were not MoneyPoint before. They were another name. They were providing infrastructure for banks, for FCMB, all these other banks. That's what they were doing. And their infrastructure was helping the banks make a whole lot of money, right? And the banks, they were not fulfilling their own side of the bargain the way they should. So what they did was they called out two guys and said, okay, I think we can deploy this infrastructure ourselves. Since we're the owner of this infrastructure, I think we should create a product that will be able to use to deploy this infrastructure. We'll use our own infrastructure for another product. So they called out two guys, and those guys started researching on this product called MoneyPoint. So they started in Lagos, a very small catchment area in Lagos. They produced the POS and they were going to collect feedback, right? And the feedback they noticed was that payout was a thing. Like payout, the other banks will wait, they will pay you the next day. So MoneyPoint now came out with a solution that we're going to settle you that same evening. At the end of business day, we will settle you. So once Nigerians heard that these people, they settle you same business day, everybody bought it. So though they were still giving bank infrastructure, but MoneyPoint began to grew so big that they were processing as much as 2 billion. They are now processing way more than bank on a daily basis.
That bank is not. I see that bank in my perspective as the biggest bank in Nigeria right now. Almost every business
is using MoneyPoint now. So they started processing so much money, they left their infrastructure business. And MoneyPoint is now the business now. No more infrastructure business. I'm not sure they still provide infrastructure for any banks now. They left all of those stuff and now it's MoneyPoint. So majority of the businesses that are in Nigeria now, if you own a software business, it's not advisable to build a software business in Nigeria. Instead, build a software business that you personally can use to work directly with the customers. That's how you make money. Else you're just going to be there. You're not going to make money.
So meaning before there has to be a cultural mentality shift.
Absolutely. Before you can build anything B2B, there have to be a culture shift that everybody likes to pay for what they consume. Right. Like we have to be a country where we understand there's no free meal everywhere.
Let me play the devil's advocate here. I'm not sure I will blame Nigerians totally because we have been burnt a lot of times for instance, power company now. Power company is one big example that burns us. We pay, like if you live in areas where you do what they call postpaid. Is it postpaid? Yeah, postpaid. You won't understand what like where you just pay a fixed amount a month. You just come and give you 35,000-40,000 naira a month. If you don't pay more than 80% of that, they disconnect you. And that has been the method from time. So you have, for instance, you could buy data. I'm not mentioning any network. You could buy data. There is one very notorious one that gives a lot of cheap data that doesn't work. You buy data and you struggle to use the data, it will not work. So I think there's a little bit of mistrust. I think there's a mistrust. We don't even trust once foreigners bring. Then the Nigerian man that is like us, that has our same mind, will not trust that one. So, but the truth is, it's not always like that. Because in my mind, the way I see that, like if all this fintech, all these mobile banks in Nigeria are doing well, we should not struggle with software development in any other thing.
No, Nigerians, believe me, I personally work for I barely work with Nigerians. I work for people outside, and they don't really have any trouble with the software that I build. Nigerians build very, very good software.
Great software.
We build great software, very good software. We work for people all over the country. If you go on GitHub, I think Nigeria should be the country with the third highest GitHub Git commit in the world, not in Africa, I mean in the world. So we should be like, we have some of the best software developers in the world. So we work well, but I think the thing here is how Nigerians interpret value.
Yeah.
A lot of Nigerians don't interpret value the way people see it. For example, I'll take app design for an example. Somebody comes to you and say, "Hey Lawrence, I need you to build an app for me." And you say, "Okay, I'm going to build it." And say, "How much?" You say, "Okay, the guy says, I'm going to pay you $1 million." And you say, "No, it's 10 million you have to pay." And then the guy says, and you say, "No, I'm not going to pay. I'm not going to, I will not build it." And the person, you hear words like, it's not ordinary to sit down on the chair and be drawing something on the screen. Just to draw and give me, and that's what you are saying. That's what you are charging $1 million for. Or maybe you're a video editor and the person says, "Edit this thing for me." You say, "How much?" Say, I'm going to bill you $300K to edit this 1 hour clip. And the person says, "Eh?" So just to join
this bad part. Yeah.
So I think because we are paid on a monthly basis, not on an hourly basis.
Yeah,
so we really don't understand what it means to sit on a chair to do stuff for 1 hour.
I've been designing for almost 6-7 years. I've never designed for a Nigeria, except the ones I just do for my friends and just give them for free. But to design for a Nigerian, I get paid. In fact, I don't even have graphic design to my portfolio because when I came to, the first time I moved to Benin City, I went to print some designs I did on one of these print press like that, and I met somebody there who was talking with their in-house designer, and he finished doing very beautiful design, and he gave this man 1,000 naira. And the guy said, "Thank you, sir." And I met the guy like,
"Why?
How much do they pay for design here?" Because I design very well too. Say, 1,000 or 2,000 naira. I'm like, "Oh, really?" He says, I removed the title graphic design, but I just wiped it off. You won't be giving me 2,000 naira for my hard work.
You see the way
kind of thing is that I wiped it off, and I mostly designed for foreigners.
So we have to be able to interpret what value means.
Yeah.
So because we really don't know how to interpret value, and we do not understand what time, we don't understand the value for people and also value for time, even time as in regards to our business. A Nigerian person will prefer to use a spreadsheet than to use a normal spreadsheet than to use Google Sheet or than to pay for Google Sheet. You just prefer to do it the hard way because you think, "Oh, I'm not sure I'm going to, I want to lose this kind of money." But we would have to be able to interpret loss and optimization. Because what all this software does is that they help you to optimize your business so you can focus on other things. But because of the way a lot of Nigerian businesses are built, they are not built for growth. They are built to just survive. So you can't be selling software to businesses that just want to survive.
Yeah.
So, but you see the American businesses, a solopreneur can be running 3-4 businesses, right? Because he's automating them with software. And so if the person will say, "Okay, how much am I supposed to be paying a staff?" If I'm paying a staff in America $15 per hour, and I'm paying this person 5 hours a day to do business, to do something for me, and that means this person is going to work 31 days in a month or 30 days a month, is it not better for me to just buy a software, pay $100 a month that will automate everything that this other person would do? So that means instead of paying 5 times 8 is about 40, 40 times 30 is about 1,200. Instead of paying $200 a month, it would be a lot better for me to pay $100 a month to a software that will optimize everything that person is supposed to do. I will just sit down on my chair, take 1 hour, or pay a developer 1 hour who will set up this thing for me, and for the rest of the month, it just runs.
Well, I hope we get to that. I hope we get to that point because it's increasingly becoming, I won't want to use the word frustrating, it's painful to see. I know a lot of what softwares can do, particularly the influx of artificial intelligence that we have now. A lot of my productions now I do with artificial intelligence. I pay for them, and it's made my job easier. I do not have to get a whole lot of people to work for me anymore. It kind of makes things easier, even in terms of even things as mundane as when you're developing a plan, developing a structure.
Yeah.
So all those things come in handy. I think as Nigerians, we should start doing better to understand value, appreciate value, and at least pay the right price for value. I think we have covered everything that we have to cover on the time for this episode will take us. I would have loved to ask Engineer Paul if he has advice for any upcoming developer, but if you ask me, he has thrown nuggets all through our conversation for upcoming developer. If you are developing right now in Nigeria, he said, try and look for clients outside the country.
Absolutely.
Just try and look for so you survive because it's not cheap.
Absolutely.
It is not cheap to run
your business.
Yeah, it's not cheap to run your business here. So you try and look for clients outside the country. Then if you are a policymaker in this government, let's be fair to Nigerian youths. They are the future of this country. If you want to be honest with yourself and you want to know how Nigeria will be when you leave, try to extrapolate 20 to 30 years' time. The only type of people in Nigeria are people like you, who all they know is politics. How would Nigeria be? If 90% of Nigerians are politicians, how would the country be? So if you're a politician or a policymaker, think like that. Regardless of how beautiful politics is now, you still need the software developers. You still need the media technologists. You still need the bankers. You still need teachers. A lot of government schools now, that's a topic for already, but a lot of government schools now are filled up with old teachers. And I keep asking myself, by the time all these people retire, who is going to be teaching? You still need teachers. You still need your drivers. You still need all these people. And if you keep making the environment uncomfortable for them, they start looking for resource outside. And before you know, they'll leave you alone in the country.
Absolutely.
So please, to our policymakers, let's try to make things easy for our Nigerian youths to better their life. So thank you very much, Mr. Paul. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Me too.
And if you want to understand what he meant by Nigerians can develop software, check out our TV app. He did that. Just go to the Play Store or the Apple Store, download the app. He did that. That was him. So thank you very much. It's a beautiful application.
All right, welcome to another edition of Money and Market, a place where we break down things financial, really nice and simplified for everyone to understand how money works and how the market works. Today, we'll be looking at a particular document that is very important when it comes to the nation's economy. Yes, the nation's economy. And how every nation, not only in Nigeria, goes about planning for the year. Today we'll be looking at budget. Now, this is a word that many persons have come in, I've heard a lot in Nigeria, the national budget. So today we'll be breaking things really nicely. We'll also be asking a very simple question. Now, when we talk about the national budget, how does this really work? When you talk about national budget, you also will be talking about figures vis-a-vis money. So the other question is, where does Nigeria money really go? First off, let's give you a good example of what the budget is really about, how of how it really looks like. Now, for every project, every road project, or for every hospital, school, and even security operation in Nigeria, there is something behind it. How these projects are carried out, what really is needed for these projects to be carried out. Budget is behind all of this. Now, let's look at the graphics, the flow that we have, talking about how the budget really works. Don't worry, I'll break things really nicely later. Revenue, budget, spending, and then impact on Nigerians. Now, it's Nigeria we're looking at. So let's start. Let's start with the definition, the basic definition of the national budget. Like I said, this is a program that breaks things nicely. Really, really simple for everyone to understand what we talk about here, especially when it comes to money and market. So a national budget is simply put, the government's financial plan for 1 year. It's a financial plan. It's a plan when it comes to finances, financing different projects for a particular period. Now, in this space, we're talking about a year. It also shows how much money the country expects to earn, the national budget. It shows how much a country expects to earn, known as revenue, how much the country plans to spend, known as expenditure, and whether the country will need to borrow. Borrowing. These three words, you come in contact with them as we progress in our discussion today. Now, I want you to liken the national budget to someone who has a to-do list. If you earn less than you spend, you either cut costs or you go borrowing. Okay, so countries are no different in this particular sense. If the country spends too much than what it expects, then there's a word we use, deficit. You have to go on a borrowing. All right, let's look at the sources of Nigeria's revenue. We talked about revenue, okay? We talked about revenue, we talked about expenditure, we talked about borrowing, right? But let's start off with revenue. Where exactly does Nigeria have their revenue coming in? Remember, I said revenue is the expected income, or in layman's language, expected money that the country looks forward to having. Now, there are different ways or sources of the revenue derivation, or how revenue is derived. There are two categories here. You look at the chart right now. It says oil and gas in one, and then non-oil taxes. Non-oil taxes. Now, for the oil and gas, we could see from the figures we have there, 55%. That's where the revenue source, major revenue source, comes from, the oil and gas, which is about 55%. And then the non-oil stroke taxes, we get from the figure there, 45%. So you can see that Nigeria's revenue is heavily dependent on oil income. Yeah, so we rely heavily on oil income. But you will know that oil prices are unpredictable. Today it could go up, tomorrow it could go down, and what have you. I think right now it's a little bit has improved a little bit. But when prices fall, get this, government revenue drops. And when revenue drops, it can definitely disrupt everything. It can affect everything from infrastructure projects to even salary payments, as it is in with the government. So this is why, economic experts will tell you that we have to emphasize on diversifying the economy in order for us to have a revenue coming in. All right, let's also look at side-by-side revenue and total spending. Now, this total spending is all about, what's it called now? Expenditure, like I said earlier on. Now, in this particular example, let's say the revenue drive, or the expected revenue, is 19.35 trillion naira. And then you look at the total spending of about 28.7 trillion naira. If you check very well, you could see that Nigeria is spending more, far more than it earns. Now, the earning here is the revenue, which is 19.35 trillion naira, and then the expenditure, or the spending here in the figure we just looked at, is 28.7 trillion naira. So you could see that the government is spending far more than it earns. And when you spend your revenue, when you spend, your spending exceeds your revenue, that is when your expenditure is more than your revenue, the result is a deficit. Like I said, there are some few terms we will look at when it comes to budgeting. Deficit is another one, and which means we have to go on a borrowing. Deficit means that you are spending more than you earn, and so there's going to be a lag. There's going to be how will I put it now? I'm looking for the right word, but there's going to be something like you are now being dragged backwards because you cannot meet with your revenue to get your expenditures going for you. So it inevitably means you are at a loss. That's the word I'm looking for. You know, when you did, those of you who did accounting, you know, there's a profit and a loss. So in this particular instance, let's look at it that your deficit is your loss here, because you're spending more than you receive, and that will lead to definitely borrowing. So even before we examine where the money goes, from the chart we had, we already know something critical, which is Nigeria is operating under fiscal pressure. Now, before we move further, let's explain and differentiate between fiscal and monetary policies in Nigeria. This is going to take a while, but let's just give you, because, you know, in our previous episodes, we kept talking about fiscal and monetary policies. So let's quickly go into that. In Nigeria, fiscal policy involves government spending and taxation, which is, by the way, managed by the Ministry of Finance, to influence economic growth. That is, fiscal policy involves the government spending and taxation to influence economic growth. On the other hand, monetary policy involves managing money supply and interest rates. By the way, this is controlled by the Apex Bank, which is the Central Bank of Nigeria, to maintain price stability. So for fiscal policies, this drives about infrastructure and public services, while monetary policy regulates inflation and bank liquidity. So the key difference, or the key differences between fiscal and monetary policy in Nigeria include implementing authority. Let's look at that. For fiscal policy, it is implemented by the federal government, whether the executive, especially the executive and legislative branches, through the budget. This is where it gets interesting. Okay, so through the budget, that's why I brought this fiscal and monetary policy for us to understand. While the monetary policy is implemented or being administered by the CBN, that is the Central Bank of Nigeria. Let's look at what they use, the primary tools they use. For fiscal policy, we see taxation, we see government expenditure, which we talked about earlier on, and then we also talked about your debt, which is the deficit, debt management. And then for monetary policy, we have interest rates, which we've talked about, when we talked about inflation and what have you, which is the monetary policy rate, NPR. We also see reserve requirements and then the open market operation. So in Nigeria, these policies are intended to complement each other, with, for instance, the Central Bank of Nigeria managing money supply to support broader government goals of economic stability. So you could see how it is intertwined right there, talking about the fiscal and monetary policies. They work hand in hand. So I said, let me bring that angle so that when we go further, you get to understand to take
delivers excellence. Partner with us today. Visit www.dsag.net or call +23 4807 254 8724. DSAG Engineering and Services, anticipate, manage, deliver. At DSAG Engineering and Services, we anticipate, manage, and deliver. Since 2000, we have been a leading EPC company, ensuring customer satisfaction through quality service and timely delivery. With integrity, proficiency, and innovation at our core, we provide world-class solutions tailored to your needs. From engineering designs and construction to procurement, manpower outsourcing, and maritime supplies, DSAG delivers excellence. Partner with us today. Visit www.dsag.net or call +23 4807 254 8724. DSAG Engineering and Services, anticipate, manage, deliver. At DSAG
All right. Thanks for staying with us on Money and Markets. And today we're looking at the national budget and, of course, where these monies, when they talk about in the budget, where these monies actually go to. All right. So let's break down 2024 spending, how the spending was done in Nigeria in 2024, talking about the government, how they spent money. From the chart, you are seeing that we have a chart on the screen. Can we? Yeah. Now we see debt servicing, which is taking the largest share right there, 11.89 trillion naira. We also are seeing capital projects for the rate of 7.79 trillion naira. And then salaries and overheads gobbled 7.31 trillion naira, while others gobbled 1.71 trillion naira. Now, looking closely at this chart, just look closely. The biggest slides here, it's not roads, it's not hospitals, not schools, not medical. It is all about servicing the debts. Servicing debt, which is debt servicing, taking a whole 11.89 trillion naira. That's the largest share there. So, in simple terms, from what we've just seen, Nigeria is spending a huge portion of its revenue or its income, let's put it that way, paying for past borrowing. Because when you look at that word, debt servicing, it means what the government kind of were owing before the new spending. So that's like, borrowing. Okay, so it took a large chunk of the national spending to service borrowing, past borrowing for that matter, and that is not really good. Let's look at the revenue. But we just looked at what again? The spending, which is the expenditure breakdown. Let's look at the revenue used for debt in 2 years now. Let's do the comparison for 2024 and of course 2025. Let's look at the graph before us now. In 2024, it was 69%. In 2024. Now, in 2025, it was 72%. Now, the revenue that we had, when we were supposed to be using it for something good, for infrastructure, what have you, in 2024, we used 69% of that revenue to service debt. And then, not too long ago in 2025, it was 72%. So you could see that there was an increase of about 3% to service debt in 2025. Let me give you an example of what this translates so that you get to understand what we are saying. Just imagine yourself having 100 naira. You earned that 100 naira, probably because of the work or the job you did. And then immediately you used 70 naira out of that to settle old loans, old debts. That leaves you with what? 30 naira. Very little for anything that you want to do. So liken it to this particular issue we just talked about, servicing debt. Imagine Nigeria made 100 trillion naira and they spent 70 trillion naira to service old debts. That leaves for little development in the country. This is one of the biggest structural challenges facing the Nigeria economy today. Debt servicing. All right, let's look at capital against recurrent against debt. Okay, let's look at capital. Let's just look at it from the graphics you are seeing on the screen. The debt is 41%, and then the recurrent expenditure there is 25%, while the capital is 22%. Don't worry, we'll simplify this. Let's look at it. Recurrent spending keeps the government running. Just for you to understand what that recurrent means. Recurrent spending keeps the government running. Here we have the likes of salaries, electricity, administration. All right. For capital spending, this builds the future. The part that takes care of infrastructural developments like you see in highways, rail lines, and power infrastructure. But when debt dominates the budget, projects that bring about growth, the risk being underfunded, and without strong capital investment, economic expansion slows. Let's break it down so you get to understand what we are saying. Now, I'll go back to that capital vis-a-vis recurrent and then the debt. Let's go back to that graphics. you see debt having 41%, recurrent have 25%, and then capital have 22%. What we are trying to explain here is debt servicing, which is the thing in the national budget that takes a whole lot of money, that affects the revenue of the national economy. Okay, the expected earnings from for the government to carry out its plans for the year as it is. So we are looking at how this affects, because when you look at when you go back to the revenues for debt servicing in 2024, it says 69%. Don't worry. Let's don't worry about going to that graphic. But I just said for 2024 it was 69%. Now 69% of the revenue, 69% of the revenue is what we have broken down to that debt 41%, recurrent 25%, capital 22%. So just imagine that over 100% of revenue gathered in 2024, 69% of that revenue goes to debt servicing. So we are left with about 31% of the revenue to deal with other stuff in terms of the planning that the government wants to carry out for the year, for the particular year in view. All right, so that's why we came about this particular debt 41%, servicing of the debt, then recurrent 25%, capital. Now we are looking at how the revenue was now reshaped or expended. Let me use that word. But for everyone to understand, this is how the revenue was spent, the money that the government earned in that particular year, how it was spent. 41% went to debt because they cannot clear all of the debt. Now, for recurrent, we said this is recurrent expenditure or recurrent spending. This is all about how the government runs its affair all through the year. They have to pay electricity bills. They have to take care of the administration. How for instance, the government, the president will want to move all around the globe looking for investments and all of that, like what the President Tinubu is doing right now, is under the recurrent expenditure. And there's also salaries of workers. Okay, now that got 25% of the revenue. Okay, and then we look at the capital, which is 22% here, and we said capital spending involves what the government does when it comes to development. Okay, and in this particular instance, we'll look at the building of highways or construction of highways, railway lines, power infrastructure. How it is that what's it called now? The government spends a whole lot of money in the power sector and all of that. So this is where it goes into 22% of capital spending right there. All right, so just for you to understand exactly where we are as a nation. Okay, so you can now understand that the national budget is stacked with a whole lot of debt servicing, a whole lot of spending, which is expenditures, as against the revenue or the money that the government will earn. In most cases, which we'll find out pretty soon, in most cases, you see that one of the greatest challenges in the national budget is all about deficit, all about trying as much as they can to avoid deficit, but we all end up having deficit. We all end up having debt here and there to service in the next budget as it is. Okay, so we will be taking a short break pretty soon, and we'll be looking at what sector, gets what when it comes to the national budget, because the national budget is broken down into different categories and where monies will go to, most especially where the money is coming from. And of course, look at benchmarks for how this budget will be carried out and all of that. And we'll also be looking critically on especially how this benchmark, we'll do some comparison of the benchmark, by the way, when we talk about that one. And then further, we'll also look at deficits. I've been talking about that, borrowing, and the road ahead, talking about what's the way forward for Nigeria as it relates to the national budget. Okay, so I hope we are getting closer to understanding all of what we have been talking about, which is the national budget. And of course, we'll now know where most of these monies go into. But what particular sector of the economy gets what? That's what we'll find out. Stay with us.
At DSAG Engineering and Services, we anticipate, manage, and deliver. Since 2000, we have been a leading EPC company, ensuring customer satisfaction through quality service and timely delivery. With integrity, proficiency, and innovation at our core, we provide world-class solutions tailored to your needs. From engineering designs and construction to procurement, manpower outsourcing, and maritime supplies, DSAG delivers excellence. Partner with us today. Visit www.dsag.net or call +23 4807 254 8724. DSAG Engineering and Services, anticipate, manage, deliver.
Right, welcome back from that commercial break. And before we went on the break, we were talking about what sector of the economy gets what in the national budget. Okay, so on December 19, 2025, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu presented a budget proposal of 58.47 trillion naira for the 2026 fiscal year, which he titled Budget of Consolidation, Renewed Resilience, and Shared Prosperity, to the joint session of the National Assembly. Okay, so we're going to be breaking down this budget as he presented it. The budget he called Budget of Reconciliation, Renewed Resilience, and Shared Prosperity. What a long title for the 2026 budget as it is. Remember, there's a word I used there, fiscal year. Okay, so sometimes most persons have asked me this question: why is it that the budget does not start from January to end December? Well, we all have our own fiscal year calculation. So from what we have seen over the years, sometimes the budget is delayed to a certain month, and that's when we start counting or calculating your fiscal year. Okay, so I'll come back to that and talk about that pretty soon. But let's break down the expenditure, the budget, the national budget as presented by President Bola Tinubu to the National Assembly. Capital recurrent or non-debt expenditure. This is taking 15.25 trillion naira. The capital expenditure here is taking 26.08 trillion naira. Now, this is his proposal. Okay, so don't get confused here that it's already in operation. Now, the crude oil benchmark, like I told you, there's something that is used that's like a benchmark, that is like what they look up to before they start projecting or coming with this kind of proposal for the national budget, which is in this space oil. Okay, we always use the oil to weigh in when we want to talk about the national budget. So the crude oil benchmark is pegged at $64.85 per barrel. That is $64.85 to a barrel of oil. Okay, so the total expected total revenue, what he is telling the National Assembly is that from his calculation, his expected total revenue, what he's expecting the government to have is 34.33 trillion naira from that oil benchmark. Okay, so and he's also looking at crude oil production, that at least Nigeria should be producing 1.84 million barrels of oil per day. 1.84 million barrels per day. And then he also is projecting that the exchange rates of the naira to the dollar should be 1,400 naira. So he's saying that the dollar should be exchanged for 1,400 naira. Okay, so this is just the breakdown of the budget as he presented, because I don't want to go into his full speech. Okay, so this is what he presented to the National Assembly. That's why I had to break it down, because the budget is all about figures, and these are the figures. So in terms of sectoral allocation, because I when we started this segment, I said, what sector gets what? Okay, so from the graphics you're seeing on your screen, you can see that defense and security, they take the highest amount of money, okay, right now, from his projection, 5.41 trillion naira. Infrastructure takes 3.56 trillion naira. Education takes 3.52 trillion naira, while health also takes 2.48 trillion naira. All right, so let's examine national priorities before we come back to these figures. Security receives the largest allocation, which obviously shows the country's ongoing safety challenges. When you look at defense and security, they are taking 5.41 trillion naira. So that's why we said the largest allocation there went to security, as it is, for obvious reasons. But notice something from that. If we can have that again, the graphic on the screen, notice something about this. Education and health receive significantly less. Education has 3.52 trillion naira, and then health 2.48 trillion naira. Now, these are the sectors. These two sectors are directly involved in shaping human capital, the productivity, the skills, and the well-being of the nation. The productivity, the skills, and the well-being of the nation. Now, when you take these out, when you don't, put more into these sectors, the sector definitely will collapse, because you're looking at the figures again. Defense and security, infrastructure, these are two. It's not like they're not important. Yeah, like we said, security challenge in the country right now. I want to do everything to ensure that everywhere is peaceful. And then infrastructure, yes, roads, electricity, which is power, hospitals, building of hospitals and all of that. But when you look at education, this is human capacity we are talking about. Human capacity, shaping human capital, where we talk about the productivity. Where productivity is less, how do you even want to gather enough revenue? Where the skills are deficient, where the well-being of the nation is also on a low, it doesn't speak well. All right, let's look at the benchmark. I told you I was going to come to that. We're breaking things really nicely right now. Let's look at the benchmark, global benchmark comparison. We'll look at what the world has as a benchmark, and that vis-a-vis to that of Nigeria for education and for health, because these are the human capital we're talking about now. So for the recommendation from the global space, education recommendation is from 15 to 20%. But Nigeria's own, when you look at how things have been, it is about 6%. You look at the global benchmark for health, you see that it is 15%. But look at Nigeria's 5%. So when spending on people is low, the long-term consequences can include weaker workforce skills, strained hospitals, and of course, slower innovation. Now, like I said, these are all capital capacity or capital building capacity. Now, when these are affected, because you look at the health sector now, is down. You look at the educational sector is also down. So it invariably means that you're spending low on people. You're spending low on people. And the long-term effect of this particular thing is that it brings about weaker workforce skills, strained hospitals, where we've seen how the Japa syndrome has affected the health sector. And of course, who wants to go into innovation when you don't have trust on human capacity, building human capacity? So budgets are not just financial documents. That's what I want to make you to understand. They're not just about financial documents. They are statements of a country's direction. They are statements of a country's direction. So when we talk about figures and figures and figures, and you can see from the breakdown of how we did things, you could see that security, defense, you could see that took a large chunk of the infrastructure, took a large chunk of the budget. Then you say that you already know the direction of the country, where the country is looking at and where the country is downplaying. And in this sense, we say it also reveals what a country prioritizes today and what it risks tomorrow. So when you have low, how would I put it now? When you don't invest, low investment on human capacity, then in the future, is going to really affect us. Look at the education system in Nigeria, for instance. It's really, really weak, really, really bad. And that's the reason why, one of the reasons why most parents want to do all they can to take their wards or children to study abroad, and invariably affects our nation. All right, let's also see, like I said, now look at, we have fewer classrooms, overcrowded hospitals, the effects of low social spending, by the way. If we can have the graphics, few classrooms, overcrowded hospitals, skill gaps, and of course, youth unemployment. These are the things I've been talking about, not investing on human capacity. So for the everyday Nigerian, those numbers translate into lived experiences. When we have the class in the society becomes really, really widened, becomes larger. We also see longer hospital queues. When you go to some of these government or state-owned hospitals, you see that, it's something that you really don't want to even talk about. The queues here and there, especially for those antenatal, women who go for antenatal. You see the queues here and there. Even those who go for their glasses, not only the glasses, even for other health issues, you see that you have longer hospital queues. And of course, the job market becomes tougher because there's no creation of employment, because you are not developing youth skills, you are not developing the youths, and so it's always a difficult situation for humans as it is. And that's the area where when you look at this budget proposal, you see that the government is still on a low investing in human capitals. So anyway, this is all about macroeconomics, which is very, very become very, very personal as it is. Let's not go into macro and micro. Maybe in one of our subsequent episodes, we'll be looking at microeconomics, and macroeconomics will come out full-blown about it. All right, so just to let you know what sectors, again, take what from the national budget, we could see.
This is TVM. TVM delivers breaking stories, global headlines, and the moments that matter. From exciting sports action to exclusive local events, we keep you connected. Celebrate our culture, people, and voices with powerful documentaries and inspiring stories. Experience premium entertainment, from trending music to urban lifestyle and beyond. Grow your spirit with life-changing messages and uplifting perspectives. Lead the way with bold conversations, fresh ideas, and thought-provoking shows. Wherever you are, whenever you want, watch TVM on all your devices. TVM, your world, your network.
Hello, you're welcome to TVM's Metro Update from the metropolitan city of Warri here in Delta State. I am Fred O'Neill. The political landscape of the South-South is witnessing a major shift today as high-profile leaders of the All Progressives Congress APC converge for a strategic mobilization summit aimed at solidifying the party's grip on the region ahead of the 2027 general elections. The Delta State Governor, Right Honorable Sheriff Oborevwori, served as the chief host for the two-day South-South Strategic Communications and Mobilization Summit, which opened on the 23rd of March 2026 at the Government House in Asaba. The event, themed One Party, One Message, One Mobilization, brought together an influential assembly of party stalwarts, including the Governor of Imo State and Director General of the Renewed Hope Ambassadors, Senator Hope Uzodinma, and Yobe State Governor Mai Mala Buni. The summit marks a significant milestone for Governor Oborevwori, who officially defected to the APC in April of 2025. Now, addressing the delegates, the governor emphasized that unity remains the foundation of political success, warning that fragmented messaging would only embolden opposition forces. He called on party members to become active interpreters of Bola Ahmed Tinubu's Renewed Hope agenda, translating macroeconomic gains into relatable language for citizens at the grassroots. Now, to further streamline the party's focus in Delta State, the governor has already directed all political appointees with 2027 ambitions to resign their positions by March 31, 2026. The gathering also saw the active participation of former Delta State Governor Dr. Ifeanyi Okowa, who joined the APC alongside Oborevwori last year. Okowa and Senator Uzodinma both stressed the need for a comprehensive national work plan to drive economic growth and ensure the president's re-election. Uzodimma noted that while GDP indicators are improving, party ambassadors must bridge the gap between policy performance and public understanding. Now, the summit, which includes representatives from Edo, Bayelsa, Rivers, Akwa Ibom, and Cross River states, is expected to produce a unified blueprint for the South-South zone's participation in the upcoming APC National Convention. A political meeting linked to supporters of Ovie Omoagege was disrupted by suspected thugs in Sapele of Delta State, resulting in injuries to at least one person. The incident occurred during a gathering of an APC pressure group where members had convened to discuss party activities and mobilization strategies. Now, eyewitnesses reported that the attackers stormed the venue, causing panic and forcing participants to flee for safety. One individual was reportedly injured during the disruption and received immediate attention, while others escaped without harm. The incident has raised concerns over rising political tensions and security at grassroots political meetings in the state. Party members called on security agencies to investigate the attack and ensure that those responsible are brought to justice. Authorities are yet to issue an official statement, but residents have urged calm while calling for increased security presence to prevent further violence. The Niger Delta Development Commission, the NDDC, has officially opened its portal for the 2026-27 Foreign Postgraduate Scholarship Program, offering a lifeline to high-achieving graduates from the region seeking advanced degrees abroad. In a statement released on Monday, March 23, the Commission announced that the application window is now live and will remain open until April 19, 2026. The initiative is specifically designed to bridge the technical skill gap in the Niger Delta, equipping young professionals with the specialized training needed to compete in the global labor market and the nation's local content sectors. Eligibility for the fully funded award is strictly merit-based and restricted to indigents of the 9 Niger Delta states. Applicants must hold a first-class or second-class upper division bachelor's degree in relevant fields, including engineering, medical sciences, law, agribusiness, and artificial intelligence. Additionally, candidates must be under the age of 40 and must have already secured an admission letter from a recognized overseas university for the upcoming academic session. The selection process is expected to be highly competitive, featuring a multi-stage exercise or screening exercise. Following an initial shortlisting based on academic credentials and local government identification, successful candidates will be invited for a computer-based test to CBT in Rivers State. Applicants are required to score a minimum of 70% in the aptitude test to progress to the final verification stage, which involves clearance from their respective community development committees. The Commission warns that only shortlisted candidates will be contacted and urged all applicants to complete their registrations exclusively through the official NDDC website to avoid fraudulent portals. Now, there are growing indications that key opposition parties in Edo State, the African Democratic Congress and the People's Democratic Party, may opt out of the local government elections scheduled for July 11. This comes as the Edo State political parties to wrap up. This comes as the Edo State Independent Electoral Commission outlines its timetable directing political parties to wrap up their primaries and settle internal disputes by April 8, with campaign activities expected to kick off on April 24. Now, despite these timelines, the opposition parties appear to be moving cautiously. Unlike the ruling APC, which has already begun selling nomination forms ahead of its April 3 primaries, both the ADC and PDP are yet to announce concrete plans for theirs. Chairman of the ADC in Edo State, Kennedy Odion, says the party's decision will depend largely on assurances from the Electoral Commission regarding the credibility of the process. He stressed the need for transparency, noting that results must reflect what is obtained at polling units. On his part, the PDP says consultations are ongoing. The party's state chairman, Tony Azegbemi, disclosed that stakeholders will meet to determine the party's position on the election. Meanwhile, the APC insists it is fully prepared for the exercise. State Chairman Jared Tenebe says the party's primaries will go ahead as scheduled and will adhere to democratic principles, including consensus where necessary. Now, still in Edo State, residents and business owners have exactly 7 days to fulfill their civic obligations as the State Internal Revenue Service, the EIRS, issues a final reminder on the deadline for filing annual tax returns. The Edo State Internal Revenue Service has reaffirmed that Tuesday, March 21, 2026, remains the final date for the submission of 2025 annual tax returns by all taxable individuals and corporate entities operating within the state. According to a statement released by the executive chairman of the EIRS in Benin City, the deadline is in strict accordance with the provisions of the Personal Income Tax Act. The EIRS has emphasized that the filing process is mandatory for all high net worth individuals, self-employed persons, and employees under the Pay-as-you-earn scheme. Taxpayers are encouraged to utilize the EIRS Integrated Tax Administration System, the EITAS, portal to complete their filings digitally, avoiding the last-minute queues at fiscal tax offices. The Revenue Agency noted that filing returns is a separate legal requirement from the actual payment of taxes and is crucial for the government to accurately assess revenue projections for the 2026 fiscal year. Failure to file by the midnight deadline on March 31 will attract stiff financial penalties and potential prosecution as stipulated by the tax laws. The revenue drive is part of the governor's broader strategy to increase the state's internally generated revenue, IGR, to fund critical infrastructure. The EIRS chairman stated that the funds generated through these returns are being channeled directly into the ongoing reconstruction of internal roads and the expansion of the state's healthcare facilities. For those encountering technical difficulties on the portal, the service has deployed tax marshals to major markets and business hubs in Benin City, Ekpoma, and Auchi to provide on-the-spot assistance. Business owners are also reminded to ensure that their employees' tax identification numbers, the TIN, are correctly captured to ensure a seamless filing process. As part of a coordinated effort to stem the tide of criminal activities across the Federation, the Edo State Governor, Senator Monday Okpebholo, joined his colleagues from the All Progressives Congress APC for a high-level security and strategy session. The meeting, held under the aegis of the Progressive Governors Forum, PGF, took place at the Eco Hotel in Lagos following a consultative visit to President Bola Tinubu at his Ikoyi residence on Sunday, March 22, 2026. Governor Okpebholo was among 23 governors who deliberated late into the night on Sunday and early Monday to harmonize state-level security interventions with the federal government's renewed hope security architecture. The central theme of the discussions was the urgent need for a shift toward technology-driven policing and community-based intelligence gathering. Governor Okpebholo, who has recently vowed to flush out criminal elements from Edo State, emphasized the importance of interstate collaboration, particularly in policing border communities prone to kidnapping and banditry. The forum's chairman and Imo State Governor, Hope Uzodinma, issued a communique calling for a sustained investment in border vigilance and community-based early warning systems. The governors noted that while the force of law is necessary, building trust in local institutions is the only way to achieve enduring peace. The meeting also touched on the ongoing legislative process for the establishment of state police. Governor Okpebholo and his colleagues reaffirmed their support for a constitutional framework that allows states to manage their internal security more directly. They commended President Tinubu's commitment to providing modern equipment and international support following the president's recent discussions with world leaders in the United Kingdom and France. The governors pledged to align their 2026 state budgets to reflect these security priorities, ensuring that the acceleration phase of the National Development Plan is not derailed by insecurity. Now, the Nigerian Navy has struck a significant blow against economic sabotage in the Niger Delta, dismantling a major oil theft syndicate and recovering tens of thousands of liters of illegally refined petroleum products. In an operation conducted by personnel from the Nigerian Navy ship NNS Pathfinder, maritime troops intercepted 2 large wooden boats, locally known as Cotonou boats, laden with approximately 44,000 liters of automotive gas oil, AGO or diesel. The raids took place across the Degema, Ogbogoro, and Ogbologo general areas of Rivers State. Following the seizure, the Navy officially transferred 8 suspects and recovered products to the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Port Harcourt Zonal Directorate for further investigation and prosecution. The crackdown was executed under the recently launched Operation Delta Sentinel. Now, acting on actionable intelligence, the Naval Anti-Crude Oil Theft Patrol Team cornered the syndicate while they were attempting to move the products through the state's intricate waterways. While 8 members of the syndicate were apprehended at the scene, the Navy reports that several other armed accomplices managed to escape into the dense mangroves upon sighting the patrol team. The Director of Naval Information, Captain Abiodun Folorunsho, stated that the operation aligns with the zero-tolerance mandate issued by the Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Idi Abbas, to secure Nigeria's maritime domain. The transfer to the EFCC underscores a deepening inter-agency collaboration aimed at securing convictions for maritime crimes. EFCC officials in Port Harcourt confirmed receipt of the suspects and the petroleum samples, noting that preliminary profiling is already underway. This latest bust comes as part of a broader surge in the naval activity. Just last week, NNS Soro destroyed a reactivated legal refinery in the Abua Dual area. Security analysts suggest that the deployment of advanced maritime surveillance technology is making it increasingly difficult for bunkering syndicates to operate undetected in the secluded creeks of the Delta. The Nigerian Navy has vowed to maintain the current operational tempo to protect the nation's critical oil infrastructure. As As the 8 suspects face the legal stem, the message from the High Command remains clear. The waterways are no longer a safe haven for economic saboteurs. Now, in another major breakthrough for urban security, still in Rivers State, the State Police Command has successfully dismantled a notorious criminal syndicate responsible for a wave of tricycle robberies across the metropolis of Port Harcourt. The operation, led by the command's Octopus base, resulted in the arrest of several key suspects and the recovery of stolen property. According to a statement released today, Tuesday, March 24, 2026, by the Police Public Relations Officer, SP Grace Iringe Koko, the investigation was triggered by a distress report from a victim, Sadiq Gara, who was robbed at gunpoint in the Elelewo axis on March 18. Following the report, operatives utilized advanced intelligence-led tactics to track the suspects to their hideout. The suspects, identified as Abdullahi Mohammed and Yusuf Umaru, were apprehended at a criminal hideout located at the Army Range in Iguruta. Now, during the interrogation, the duo confessed to being part of a larger network that targets tricycle operators in the Elelewo, Iguruta, Tank, and Woji areas. Their mode of operation involved posing as regular passengers before turning on the drivers with a locally made pistol. In addition to the primary suspects, the police also arrested Mohammed Usman, who is alleged to be the syndicate's primary receiver of stolen goods. The scale of the operation is staggering, with the suspects admitting to the theft and delivery of over 20 tricycles to various parts of northern Nigeria. Efforts are currently being intensified to track down the remaining members of the gang and recover the additional tricycles sold across state lines. As of this time of reporting, the suspects remain in custody pending their formal arraignment in court. Now, the Cross River State government has officially commenced the disbursement of a 500 million naira business loan facility to micro, small and medium enterprises known as MSMEs. The flag-off ceremony held at Bishop Monak Avenue in Calabar on Friday, March 2026, marks a major milestone in Governor Basi Otu's People First mandate. Represented by the Speaker of the State House of Assembly, Honorable Albert Ayambem, the governor emphasized that the intervention is a strategic shift toward prioritizing the Human Development Index over abstract economic growth figures. The initiative, managed by the Cross River State Microfinance and Enterprise Development Agency, CRMIDA, in partnership with Sterling Bank PLC, aims to move nano enterprises into micro category and scale small businesses into medium-sized giants. The disbursement follows a rigorous screening process where over 2,500 citizens were trained at the Enterprise Development Center. Now, out of these, approximately 800 businesses have been verified for immediate financial support. Governor Otu described the revolving loan as a strategic economic safety net designed to ignite productivity and sustain income-generating ventures across all 18 local government areas. He pointedly cautioned beneficiaries against the misapplication of the funds, stating clearly that the money is business capital, not lunch money, and must be used to expand operations, enhance productivity, and create sustainable jobs for the youth. Now, the Ministry of Finance has confirmed that monitoring and evaluation teams will be deployed to track the outcomes of these loans to ensure maximum benefit and sustainability. As the first batch of beneficiaries begin to deploy their capital, all eyes are now on the Cross River MSME sector to see how this 500 million naira investment translates into local market growth. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has extended his warm congratulations to the former Secretary General of the Pan-Yoruba Socio-Political Group Afenifere, Bashoru Sheyinde Arogbofa, as he marks his 87th birthday. In a statement issued by the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, on Monday, March 23, 2026, the President described the elder statesman as a principled leader and one of the last surviving disciples of late sage Chief Obafemi Awolowo. Now, President Tinubu commended Bashoru Arogbofa for his outstanding leadership, dedicated service to Nigeria, and unwavering commitment to the progressive cause throughout his decades-long career in both education and politics. The President particularly noted Arogbofa's role as a stabilizing force within the Southwest political establishment. The President Tinubu remarked that he admires the Bashorun for his honesty, consistency, and commitment to the unity and solidarity of Yoruba land. He recalled how Arogbofa stood firmly by the leader of Afenifere, Pa Reuben Fashoranti, through thick and thin, ensuring that factionalism did not derail the group's mission. Now, President Tinubu concluded his message with a prayer for the Bashorun's continued good health and longevity, so that younger generations may continue to drink from his fountain of wisdom. At 87, Bashoru Arogbofa remains a moral compass for the progressive movement in Nigeria. Nigeria's economic leadership is moving to insulate the nation from a potential global energy shock. In a high-stakes meeting at the State House in Abuja today, Aliko Dangote held private talks with the President Bola Tinubu to discuss the escalating conflict's impact on the global oil market. The meeting comes as Brent crude prices experienced a sharp spike, briefly crossing the $95 per barrel mark following reports of renewed hostilities near key shipping lanes. The billionaire industrialist used the visit to sound a note of caution regarding the fragility of the global supply chain. Speaking to State House correspondents after the session, Dangote urged world powers to prioritize de-escalation, noting that continued volatility in the Middle East poses a direct threat to the landing cost of refined products worldwide. He emphasized that the Dangote refinery is strategically positioned to serve as a buffer, ensuring that the domestic market remains supplied even if international shipments are disrupted. The discussion also touched on the federal government's Naira for Crude arrangement, where President Tinubu and Aliko Dangote reportedly reviewed the progress of the local currency transaction model, which aims to reduce the pressure on Nigeria's foreign exchange reserves. The president reaffirmed his administration's commitment to supporting indigenous refining capacity to ensure that international shocks do not lead to domestic shortages. The meeting concluded with a pledge for closer collaboration between the private sector and the government's energy team to ensure price stability at the pumps. Now, a magistrate court has adjourned the hearing of an application filed by Malam Nasser El-Rufai to challenge his continued detention. The court has set Tuesday, March 31, 2026 as the new date for the hearing. The adjournment follows a request from El-Rufai's legal team for additional time to respond to a counter-affidavit filed by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, the ICPC. The former governor is currently challenging the 14-day extension of his remand order, which was granted by the court on March 5 to allow the anti-graft agency to conclude its high-stakes investigation. The ICPC has officially clarified that the former governor remains in lawful custody under a valid court order. In a statement released to the press, the commission dismissed reports that it had sought a fresh extension of the detention today. Instead, the Commission explained that the court session was intended solely to hear El-Rufai's motion to set aside the existing remand. The ICPC maintains that the detention is necessary to prevent any interference with ongoing probes into allegations of money laundering, abuse of office, and the reported diversion of public funds during his tenure. While the remand case is adjourned, the main corruption trial is set to intensify tomorrow, 25th March 2026. Malam El-Rufai is expected to be formally arraigned at the Federal High Court in Kaduna on Tuesday, which happened late anyway, on a separate 10-count charge bordering on the conversion of public property. As the March 31 date approaches for the remand ruling, all eyes will now be on the Kaduna Judicial Division to see if the former governor will finally be granted bail or if his stay in the ICPC facility will be further extended. The Nigerian Naira is showing signs of resilience this morning as it holds steady against the US dollar in early trading today, Tuesday, March 24, 2026. Now, according to data from the FMDQ Securities Exchange, the Naira opened at a stable rate at the Nigerian Autonomous Foreign Exchange Market, NAFEM. Market analysts contribute this relative calm to the central bank's sustained liquidity injections and, of course, the recent award recognition of the CBN's orthodox monetary policies. Well, in the parallel market, the Naira is similarly maintaining its position with the gap between the two rates remaining narrow. The stability comes amidst a significant increase in foreign portfolio inflows over the first quarter. Now, currency traders note that while demand for the greenback remains high for school fees and manufacturing imports, the CBN's willing buyer, willing seller model has largely eliminated the panic buying seen in previous years. Now, the Apex Bank has reiterated its commitment to maintaining price stability and has warned speculators against betting against the local currency, especially citing the healthy growth of Nigeria's foreign reserves, which recently or currently stand at $46.7 billion. All right, we'll take a break now. When we return, Metro Updates will continue. Stay with us.
Welcome to Dursag Engineering and Services Limited. We hold several specialized permits with the Department of Petroleum Resources, are accredited with service and product codes by NIPEX, certified by Dun & Bradstreet, and proudly ISO 9001:2015 certified. Our areas of expertise cut across critical sectors, including manpower sourcing and supply, engineering services, construction and fabrication works, specialized procurement and supply, operations and maintenance services, and integrated marine services, delivering supply boats, crew boats, tugboats, barges, houseboats, and speed boats. At Dursag Engineering, we are committed to quality, safety, and timely delivery, ensuring that every project meets and exceeds expectations. Dursag Engineering and Services Limited, your trusted partner in delivering world-class engineering and energy solutions.
Welcome back. You're still watching TVM's Metro Update. And now to the foreign scene. Australia and the European Union have successfully concluded years of negotiations by signing a comprehensive new trade agreement today in Brussels. Now, this historic pact, signed by the Australian Trade Minister and the EU Trade Commissioner, is designed to significantly reduce tariffs and open up new markets for goods and services. A key pillar of the deal is the guaranteed supply of critical minerals from Australia to Europe, which is essential for Europe's transition to green energy and the production of electric vehicle batteries. For Australia, the deal provides unprecedented access for its agricultural exports, including beef and wine, to the 450 million person European market. European officials have hailed the agreement as a strategic victory in their efforts to diversify supply chains away from over-reliance on single nations. The pact also includes strict provisions on labor standards and environmental protections, marking it as one of the most progressive trade deals in modern history. Both parliaments are expected to ratify the agreement by the end of the year, with full implementation scheduled for early 2027. The Middle East is on the brink of a full-scale regional war as Iran launched a significant new wave of ballistic missiles toward Israeli territory today. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, known as the IRGC, confirmed the strikes early this morning, stating they were in retaliation for recent Israeli operations. Air raid sirens were heard across central Israel, including Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, as the Iron Dome defense system was activated to intercept the incoming projectiles. This latest escalation comes just hours after the Iranian government officially denied reports of secret back-channel negotiations with President Donald Trump regarding a potential ceasefire. The Iranian Foreign Ministry has dismissed claims of diplomatic engagement with the Trump camp as baseless propaganda. Tehran maintains that its military actions are purely defensive and aimed at deterring further aggression. In Israel, the Prime Minister's office has convened an emergency war cabinet meeting with officials vowing a powerful and precise response to the Iranian barrage. The United Nations and several European powers have called for an immediate ceasefire of hostilities, warning that the conflict could lead to a catastrophic collapse of global energy markets and regional stability. Now, there's been tragic news coming in from South America this morning, where at least 66 people have been confirmed dead following the crash of a Colombian military transport plane. The aircraft, a C-130 Hercules, carrying military personnel and their families, went down in a densely forested region of southern Colombia late Monday. Search and rescue teams reached the crash site early today, March 24, but have reported that there are no survivors among the 66 individuals on board. The Colombian Ministry of Defense has declared a national period of mourning for the fallen soldiers and civilians. Preliminary reports suggest that the pilot had radioed in a mechanical emergency shortly before contact was lost. The plane was a routine transport mission between military bases when it vanished from radar. Dense fog and difficult terrain initially hampered rescue efforts, but aviation investigators have since recovered the flight data recorder. President Gustavo Petro has promised a transparent investigation into the cause of the disaster, noting that the aging fleet of military transport planes has been a point of concern for some time. Our thoughts here on TVM are with the families of those lost in this devastating accident. We'll bring you more details as the recovery operation continues. And now to entertainment news, because global pop icon Shakira is set to bring her record-breaking Women No Longer Cry World Tour to a spectacular close in Spain. The singer announced today that she will conclude her global journey with a special multi-night residency at the newly renovated Santiago Bernabeu Stadium in Madrid. The residency, scheduled for late summer 2026, will serve as the grand finale for a tour that has seen her perform to millions across 5 continents. Shakira stated that Madrid holds a special place in her heart and was the logical choice for the final chapter of her most personal tour to date. The Madrid residency is expected to feature special guest appearances and a revamped stage production. Now, tickets for the final shows are predicted to sell out within minutes of going on sale this Friday. The tour has already become one of the highest grossing of the decade, cementing Shakira's status as the reigning queen of Latin pop. Now, following the residency, the singer reportedly plans to take an extended hiatus from touring to focus on philanthropic work and new studio projects. And into the world of sports. The roadmap for the next leadership cycle of the Nigerian football is now officially set, as a high-powered extraordinary General Assembly was held yesterday, Monday, March 23, 2026, at the Government House in Yenagoa, Bayelsa State. The Nigerian Football Federation approved far-reaching amendments to its statutes. In a move to ensure a seamless transition, the Congress officially fixed September 26, 2026 as the date for its next elective Congress. The delegates also confirmed Lafia, Nasarawa State, as the host city for the landmark elections that will determine the Federation's Executive Committee for the next 4 years. The Assembly focused heavily on strengthening governance and transparency within the nation's football administration. The Congress unanimously endorsed the revised NFF statutes of March 26 edition, along with an updated electoral code and standing orders. To oversee the upcoming polls, a 12-member electoral committee and an appeals committee were ratified, with representatives drawn from all 6 geopolitical zones. These committees are scheduled to be formally inaugurated on Wednesday, March 25th in Abuja. On the financial front, the global accounting firm Ernst & Young was approved as the Federation's independent auditor for a 4-year term. A strong vote of confidence was passed on the current NFF Executive Committee led by President Ibrahim Musa Gusau. The Assembly praised the Gusau administration for its strides in football development and commended President Bola Tinubu for the federal government's consistent funding and financial rewards for the national teams. The session also observed a solemn minute of silence for late football icons, including former technical director Adegboye Onigbinde and ex-Super Eagles captain Henry Nwosu. Representatives from FIFA and CAF were in attendance, signaling international support for the ongoing reforms in Nigeria's football architecture. As the NFF moves toward the September polls, the focus now shifts to the newly formed committees in Abuja. Football stakeholders across the country will be watching closely and keenly as the race for the glass house officially enters its acceleration phase. And finally, history has been rewritten at the Hard Rock Stadium as the world of tennis witnesses a changing of the guard in the record books. Italian superstar and world number two, Jannik Sinner, has officially broken one of Novak Djokovic's most impressive records for consistency at the ATP Masters 1000 level by defeating Frenchman Corentin Moutet 6-1, 6-4 in the 3rd round of the Miami Open last night. Sinner secured his 25th and 26th consecutive sets won at this elite level of competition. This feat moves him clear of the previous record of 24 straight sets established by Djokovic exactly 10 years ago during his dominant 2016 Sunshine Swing. Sinner's remarkable streak of dominance traces back to the final months of 2025. Now, despite the historic achievement, the Italian began his perfect run at the Rolex Paris Masters in November, where he captured the title without dropping a single set. He maintained that flawless form through the BNP Paribas Open in Indian Wells earlier this month, winning every match in straight sets. By the time he arrived in Miami, he had won 22 consecutive sets, equaling Djokovic's mark during his second round victory over Damir Zumor, before finally claiming the record for himself against Motte. The last player to take a set off the Italian in the Masters 1000 event was Talon Grespo in October 2025. Now, despite the historic achievement, the 24-year-old man remained characteristically humble during his post-match interview. He said, and I quote, "I am very happy, but at the same time, I don't play for these records. This sport is unpredictable, so we try to keep our attention as high as we can." End quote. With world number one Carlos Alcaraz suffering a shock exit earlier in the tournament, Sinner is now the heavy favorite to complete the Sunshine Double, winning both Indian Wells and Miami back-to-back. If he succeeds, he will become the first male player to achieve the feat since Roger Federer in 2017. Sinner now advances to the round of 16, where he is scheduled to face American Alex Michelsen later today. For tennis fans, the question now is no longer just if Sinner wins it, but how long he can keep this historic clean sheet alive. And with that pause, we come to the end, and of course, a wrap up of today's edition on Metro Updates. Follow us on all our digital platforms. You can also reach us via the numbers on your screen. I am Fred O'Neill. Thanks for watching. Goodbye from me.
This is TVM. TVM delivers breaking stories, global headlines, and the moments that matter. From exciting sports action to exclusive local events, we keep you connected. Celebrate our culture, people, and voices with powerful documentaries and inspiring stories. Experience premium entertainment, from trending music to urban lifestyle and beyond. Grow your spirit with life-changing messages and uplifting perspectives. Lead the way with bold conversations, fresh ideas, and thought-provoking shows. Wherever you are, whenever you want. Watch TVM on all your devices. TVM, your world, your network.
democracy had an engine room, the National Assembly would be right at the center of it. From lawmaking to keeping government powers in check, this arm of government plays a crucial role in how Nigeria is run. But what exactly does the National Assembly do, and why does it matter to us as everyday Nigerians? Let's break it down.
The National Assembly is Nigeria's federal legislature, established under the 1999 Constitution. It is responsible for making laws for the entire country and represents the Nigerian people at the national level. Nigeria operates a bicameral legislature, meaning the National Assembly has two chambers. The first is the Senate, which consists of 109 members. Each of Nigeria's 36 states elects 3 senators, while the Federal Capital Territory elects 1. The second chamber is the House of Representatives, made up of 360 members elected from federal constituencies across the country, based largely on population. Together, these two chambers ensure that both population size and geographical spread are represented in national decision-making. So why does Nigeria operate 2 legislative chambers instead of 1? The bicameral system is designed to promote balance and careful decision-making. While the House of Representatives reflects population distribution, the Senate ensures equal representation of each state. This structure prevents dominance by more populous regions and encourages broader national consensus before laws are passed. It also creates an internal system of checks where both chambers review and debate legislation independently. The primary responsibility of the National Assembly is lawmaking. A proposed law, known as a bill, can be introduced by a lawmaker or forwarded by the executive arm of government. Each bill goes through a structured process. The first reading, where it is formally introduced. The second reading, where principles are debated. The committee stage, where detailed examination takes place. And the third reading, where final approval is sought. Public hearings may be held, allowing experts, civil society groups, and citizens to contribute to the process. Once passed by both chambers, the bill is sent to the president for assessment. If the president refuses to sign, the Constitution allows the National Assembly to override that decision with a 2/3 majority, reinforcing the legislature's independence. But the work of the National Assembly doesn't stop at lawmaking. One of its most critical responsibilities is oversight. This means monitoring how government ministries, departments, and agencies carry out their duties. Through committee hearings, investigations, and summons, the National Assembly can question public officials on policy implementation and spending. Ministers and heads of agencies are required to explain their actions and justify the use of public funds. This oversight role is vital for transparency, accountability, and preventing misuse of power. One of the most influential powers of the National Assembly lies in the nation's finances. Each year, the President presents the national budget to a joint session of the National Assembly. Lawmakers review the proposed spending, debate allocations, and make necessary amendments. No government can legally occur without the approval of the National Assembly. The legislature also approves external and domestic loans, monitors government borrowing, and ensures that the public funds are spent according to approved budgets. This authority gives the National Assembly significant influence over Nigeria's economic priorities and development plans. Members of the National Assembly are elected to speak for the people. Lawmakers represent specific constituencies and senatorial districts. They raise motions, sponsor bills, and advocate for projects that reflect the needs of their communities. Ideally, this ensures national policies consider the realities on ground, from infrastructure and education to security and healthcare. Through this representative role, citizens' concerns are meant to reach the federal level. The National Assembly also serves as a guardian of the Constitution. It has the power to amend the Constitution, approve key appointments such as ministers and ambassadors, and confirm judicial nominees. In extreme cases, the National Assembly can initiate impeachment proceedings against the President, Vice President, and other top officials following constitutional procedures. These responsibilities help maintain balance among Nigeria's 3 arms of government: the executive, legislature, and judiciary. Despite its importance, the National Assembly faces criticism. Issues such as low public trust, concerns over transparency, and debates around remuneration have shaped public perception. However, the effectiveness of the National Assembly often reflects broader democratic challenges, including voter participation, accountability, and civic engagement. Strengthening the legislature ultimately requires active citizen involvement and sustained democratic pressure.
In simple terms, the National Assembly makes laws, checks government powers, controls public spending, and represents the people. While debates continue about performance and responsibilities, its role remains central to democracy. Understanding how it works helps citizens know where power lies and how to demand for better governance. Alright guys, that is all on this episode of Explained. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms. Follow, like, and share, and we'll see you next time.
Welcome to DERSAG Engineering and Services Limited. We hold several specialized permits with the Department of Petroleum Resources, are accredited with service and product codes by NIPEX, certified by Dun & Bradstreet, and proudly ISO 9001:2015 certified. Our areas of expertise cut across critical sectors, including manpower sourcing and supply, engineering services, construction and fabrication works, specialized procurement and supply, operations and maintenance services, and integrated marine services, delivering supply boats, crew boats, tugboats, barges, houseboats, and speed boats. At DERSAG Engineering, we are committed to quality, safety, and timely delivery, ensuring that every project meets and exceeds expectations. DERSAG Engineering and Services Limited, your trusted partner in delivering world-class engineering and energy solutions.
This is TVM. TVM delivers breaking stories, global headlines, and the moments that matter. From exciting sports action to exclusive local events, we keep you connected. Celebrate our culture, people, and voices with powerful documentaries and inspiring stories. Experience premium entertainment, from trending music to urban lifestyle and beyond. Grow your spirit with life-changing messages and uplifting perspectives. Lead the way with bold conversations, fresh ideas, and thought-provoking shows. Wherever you are, whenever you want, watch TVM on all your devices. TVM, your world, your network. This is TVM. TVM delivers breaking stories, global headlines, and the moments that matter. From exciting sports action to exclusive local events, we keep you connected. Celebrate our culture, people, and voices with powerful documentaries and inspiring stories. Experience premium entertainment, from trending music to urban lifestyle and beyond. Grow your spirit with life-changing messages and uplifting perspectives. Lead the way with bold conversations, fresh ideas, and thought-provoking shows. Wherever you are, whenever you want, watch TVM on all your devices. TVM, your world, your network. This is TVM. TVM delivers breaking stories, global headlines, and the moments that matter. From exciting sports action to exclusive local events, we keep you connected. Celebrate our culture, people, and voices with powerful documentaries and inspiring stories. Experience premium entertainment, from trending music to urban lifestyle and beyond. Grow your spirit with life-changing messages and uplifting perspectives. Lead the way with bold conversations, fresh ideas, and thought-provoking shows. Wherever you are, whenever you want. Watch TVM on all your devices. TVM, your world, your network. This is TVM. TVM delivers breaking stories and voices with powerful documentaries and inspiring stories. Experience premium entertainment, from trending music to urban lifestyle and beyond. Grow your spirit with life-changing messages and uplifting perspectives. Lead the way with bold conversations, fresh ideas, and thought-provoking shows. Wherever you are, whenever you want. Watch TVM on all your devices. TVM, your world, your network. And the moments that matter. From exciting sports action to exclusive local events, we keep you connected. Celebrate our culture, people, and voices. Powerful documentaries and inspiring stories. Experience premium entertainment, from trending music to urban lifestyle and beyond. Grow your spirit with life-changing messages and uplifting perspectives. Lead the way with bold conversations, fresh ideas, and thought-provoking shows. Wherever you are, whenever you want. Watch TVM on all your devices. TVM, your world, your network.
Yeah, a beautiful day this, and hope you're enjoying a beautiful day. This is TVM Express from TVM, broadcasting to you from the metropolitan town of Warri in Delta State. I'm not alone. I have with me Ms. Tejiri Ekewe. I hope I pronounced that name correctly.
Yes, you did.
Tejiri Ekewe. And today we'll be speaking or talking with us and trying to give us insight on what is happening around Delta State and around Nigeria as the case may be. All right, we first of all take a look at what is trending online. And maybe before we talk about that, we should talk about something that I believe has affected a lot of Nigerians first. And maybe that's what we'll talk about. We'll start talking about what is trending online. First of all, power issues. This week has been ridiculous for a lot of us Nigerians because of power issues. I use band A in my house and I'm complaining. So I try to imagine people who are in areas that do not use band A, how their electricity was this past week. It was very terrible. And another thing too that was terrible for us, that has been terrible for a while, and it seems that it's getting worse, is our internet connectivity. Internet connectivity has been crazy. Some of these, one particular network that I use, I will not mention their name. Every time I want to use the internet, I have to message them on X first before I will start browsing. I'll first of all send a special appeal. Please help me with my internet. Then maybe the thing will work for like 1-2 hours. Then we'll start struggling again. I really don't know what the challenge is, but they should look into it and have it sorted out. Nigerians cannot be paying for services that they do not get. They cannot be paying for services that they do not get. All right. So what is trending this morning? We have Arsenal trending this morning on social media, on my own feed. I don't know about your feed, but on my feed, Arsenal is trending. And what we have for there, I think they played They played their cup final yesterday, and well, a whole lot of sports, and I do not really want to go much into details about it because the sports team are going to come right up and tell you more about that. But there's no Arsenal is trending. If you want to find out why, you go to your social media and you check it out. And you also have some other reactions on our social media feeds, and but that is not what is of particular concern to us this morning. We have some more serious issues, which is why I'm deciding not to go through the social media feed right now, because we have some more serious things to talk about. But we cannot talk about that first of all giving you of what we have on the daily newspapers this morning. So Tejiri is going to do justice to that and give us what we have on the newspapers this morning.
Okay, so I'll be starting with the Tribune.
Do we have, I don't know if our production director, if you don't have, just continue. What do we have on the Tribune?
Okay. At the upper part of the newspaper, we have court sentences ex-AGOF governor Nwamboku to 72 years imprisonment for 868 million fraud.
Wow. Nwamboku was what?
Sentenced to 72 years imprisonment for 868 million naira fraud.
Okay, I hope they do those kind of sentences across board, not just that guy.
We need more of this.
Yeah, I like that.
Another fraud story: alleged fraud. ICPC to arraign El-Rufai today.
Yeah, El-Rufai saga is still on. All right.
Wike backed PDP set for March 29 convention. You can find that on page 15 of the Tribune newspaper. Okay. EU announces 288 million euros grant to Nigeria's healthcare sectors. Others. You can find this on page 4 of the Tribune newspaper.
I hope that grant will not be one of those grants that we hear and we do not see.
Yeah, you just hear stories of grants. Oh, they are giving grants, but you not actually
see don't see it. So I'm hoping that
just
the health sector is going to see improvement.
Giving people false hope.
Yeah, most times the money comes, but our leaders don't use it for what it's meant to be used for. They just use it for themselves. All right, what else do we have?
Next headline: Elumelu renews commitment to empower 3,200 African entrepreneurs across 54 countries.
That's good. He celebrated his birthday, I think it was 2 days ago. He got older and he celebrated it, so maybe this is part of the rollout. Yeah, so let's go to the next paper. I think the next paper is the only paper time we allow us to take, so we'll go into details of what we have today.
Okay. The next paper, which is the Guardian newspaper, PDP convention, pressure mounts for Yusuf Autumn chairmanship. You can find this on page 3 of the Guardian newspaper.
Okay. 2
die as Air Canada plane fire truck collide at US airports. You can find this on page 2 of the Guardian newspaper.
All right.
No, we still have an El-Rufai on the front page of this newspaper. El-Rufai to face multiple charges in federal state courts. You can find this on page 30 of the Guardian newspaper. I beg your pardon.
All right, let's go for the sake of our guests to me. So for the sake of time, let's go into what we have today. Over the weekend, I think which day was that?
Thursday?
I think that was on Thursday. The internet was awash. Not really on Thursday. I think it was Friday. Started going around. But we here in Delta State, we started getting the feelers on Thursday that something strange, something that is despicable.
They called it a rape festival. That's what they called it.
Called
prior to when
the name was clarified.
Yes.
Yeah. So we got the fellas, and it was a sad one that something like that happened. It's a troubling issue, and the unfortunate thing is, it's not a new incident.
Yes. So when I found out it wasn't a new, it's not a new festival, I was like, why do all these things? Why did they decide to take place now, after years of them doing the festival? Why now?
The palace had said they were not aware that the festival was to hold. But apart from the festival, the sexual violence is, because one of the major thing that has come out from that incident is victims not really speaking out about it, right? So the victims have not been speaking out, but the beautiful thing is the collective outrage that is sparked. The reaction from the police. I think the Delta State Police Command has done a fantastic job in trying to sort it out. Even the Palace of the King in that community too, they also have done a wonderful job. The Student Union body of the university there have done a wonderful job. So, but the issue is sexual violence is often underreported. Many survivors remain silent, and it's not because they want to, but I think there is
fear of not being believed.
There is the fear, yes. There is also stigmatization.
Yes.
And,
what way? Some people like to tag rape on based on what were you wearing. Meanwhile, rape happens to anybody, and you don't have any, should I say, escape from it. Can happen to you anywhere, regardless of your gender, even.
Yeah, that's true. I also do find it ridiculous that people stigmatize victims of sexual violence. Like it is ridiculous that people tag them names and people stigmatize them, because, like you rightly said, it's not their fault. Even kids who do not have a say on how they should, or who do not even know how to behave when something like that is happening to them. They don't know what to do. They experience it. So it's usually it's never anybody's fault. It is never the victim's fault. But
said it can happen to you anywhere.
Yeah, it can happen anywhere. It can happen.
Sometimes it'll be your own people. Sometimes it'll be someone from outside.
It could even be your relative.
Exactly.
Which is but the part that we could do, because I think as a people and as human beings, we've gone past pleading to the conscience of people. I think the part that attention should be paid to is the system. What is being done to protect, one, to protect victims of sexual assaults, and two, to prevent
things like that from happening.
Like make it almost impossible. I know it might not be totally impossible. Make it almost, because crime is a product of the person's evil nature and the opportunity to commit.
Some people do it out of desperation too.
There's no desperation. It's evil nature. You cannot be that desperate to sexually assault.
And lack of self-control.
If you don't have self-control
and conscience,
you are just wicked. You are just evil. You are just a spawn of hell. That's just what you are. That's how I define people like that, because there are a plethora of options to use to take care of yourself. If you are ridiculously, if your head is on fire, you have options. Go take those options, not to take the right of someone else's, trample it, and mark that person for the rest of his or her life. So I think as Nigeria, a lot can be done on our system to give people courage to come out, because I understand it's very difficult to prosecute sexual violence cases.
Another thing too, like abroad now they have self-defense tools that they can use. In Nigeria, some of those self-defense tools are illegal.
Self-defense tools.
So they are illegal in this country.
Depend on the tool. Depend on the tool. You cannot move around with a knife because you are afraid of being raped. Because your fear of being raped, you're carrying a knife, gives you an impetus to stab somebody who insults you. So I think that is why things like that can be. But there are self-defense practices that some people say can help protect against such things. But It's not 100%.
Okay.
It's not 100%. Like, what if the person, your assailant, is stronger than you?
That can be another fact.
So I think the thing is, light should be thrown into it. There should be sensitization. Parents should become aware that things like that exist.
And they should also pay attention when their daughters or their children, they're trying to tell them something.
Yeah. I'm even more concerned about even preventing. Like, it is important the way we raise our kids.
Yes.
It is very important the way kids, I think that is where it starts from. The way I was raised, I am not sure in my whole life I will be able to hurt a woman. Like, physically. I can break your heart, fine, but to physically hurt you. I had to specify. Like, yeah, I can break hearts, but like physically hurt you. I was not raised to be that. Like, I'm not the one who can easily raise my hand to hit somebody, because the way I was raised, that would hardly occur to me as a solution to solve any issue.
But sometimes some people, they use how they were raised or what they witnessed, maybe to become better versions of themselves. Like some people, it's just for them to witness, because human beings act based on what they see.
Okay.
Sometimes not always about what you directly teach them, sometimes based on what they see. Some people grew up maybe watching their father hit their mom, and they think, oh, that's the right thing to do.
Yeah, when it comes to...
And some people also watch that to also change their character, not to be like that, not to be violent.
Yeah, but the difficulty in that, well, two things. Number one, raising kids is more of action than words.
Okay.
Children learn more from what you do than what you say. You can tell a child how to be a good person from now to next year. If you're not a good person, the child would never listen to what you say.
As a parent, they are primary teacher of character.
Exactly,
so
exactly.
They watch you and to know what's right and what's wrong sometimes.
Exactly. Then for the other point you made, say people look and decide this is not what I want to be. The difficulty is, as a child, as a growing child, if you make up your mind that you do not want to be like your father, maybe because your father was a notorious woman beater, sexual molester, whatever it is, who teaches you the right thing to do?
That's another difficult part.
Because you now find that you spend your whole life in preventive mode. I know people who avoid situations because they do not know how to be different. So their thought process is, if you leave me alone with this lady in this room, I might not be able to control myself. So their mechanism is, don't leave me alone with this lady. As against, yeah, I can be alone with this lady. Like, there's no big deal, there's no problem. Like, you are balanced enough to understand that while you have needs, she has rights, and you respect that. Some people, you respect your boundaries, exactly. But some people who probably had witnessed acts of violence against women growing up and decides that
that's a normal thing to do.
Well, probably decide that no, I do not want to be like that. The issue is, most of them do not learn how not to be like that. They now prevent finding themselves like that, so they spend the rest of their life avoiding situations that will create such things.
Some people, no matter how calm they are, that for women, they know how to provoke somebody. Like,
yeah, but
like to test to see how far the man can go. To test their patience.
Yes, and so I see. There is a lot that comes from understanding yourself. A lot comes from understanding people. Then a lot comes from upbringing. We cannot remove upbringing from this conversation of irresponsible
At the end
behavior
of
of
the
people.
day, it all comes down to
Your
upbringing,
upbringing,
what
the way,
they've
the way
seen.
you were, exactly, the way you were raised. I had a young man who was working with me, and I have a team, and I have a young man who was working with me. I also have young ladies. I have young men. I have young ladies, and among the men, there was a guy who was always aggressive to the ladies. Always aggressive to the ladies. When we go out for events and programs, and I'm making arrangements for them, maybe for accommodation or something, I pay attention to the ladies first because they are away from their home. I have to make sure that they get neat places there they can sleep without coming out for infection and all. And he always gets this guy angry. Then he starts taking it out on the ladies. And I called him.
Why is he getting angry?
I'm coming. I called him and I asked him what his problem was. And it was like, he doesn't like the way I treat the ladies different from the guys. I'm like, how do you mean? It was like, if guys can sleep on, why can't the ladies sleep on the floor? I'm like, fine, the ladies can sleep on the floor, but I don't want the ladies to sleep on the floor. It's my outfit, it's my establishment. I run it the way I feel like I want to run. That died down. And the next thing I saw him haggling one of my staff, a lady. He is a team leader. So he was really on this girl's case.
So he was using his power.
Yeah, he was really on this girl's case. So I called, when we returned, he came to my office, I sat him down, I started speaking with him, and because I felt it was not normal, the way he was behaving was not normal. So I asked him what the problem was, why he treats ladies like that. And his response was, he doesn't see anything wrong with the way he treats them. He doesn't see anything wrong with being physically aggressive. In his mind. He saw his father did it. His elder brothers do it. So that is the way of life. So it's, yes, your surrounding, how people grow up. It's not an excuse for them, but it is what it is. How they grow up,
Some people don't even know that. Doing is wrong until they go outside and someone tells them, someone points it out for them, and how it affects the receiving.
There are people who believe that the only way to get intimate with somebody is through violence. It cannot be done normally. You have to be violent to do it. So that is what we are going to be looking at today. We have a guest who's going to join us via Zoom shortly. But before she comes on board, I might be the only man in this conversation. It's fine. It's fine. That's why you have Tejiri here. Regularly, usually you have another dude like me for something like this. It is because even if we say sexual violence is two ways, but I think the statistics shows that the ladies bear the brunt more than the guys, and that is why it's good we have the women here to tell us how they feel, tell us what they think should be done, and how probably what actions can be taken going forward to prevent situations like this. And we're going to be taking a cue from the incidents in Uzoro, Delta State to anchor our conversation this morning. We have a story for you. I don't know if the presentation director is ready. If she's ready, let's have the report from Uzoro from our correspondent. Stay tuned.
Just days after the reported incident in Uzoro, home to the Western Delta University, the police commissioner, Aina Deshola, led a team of officers to the community as part of ongoing investigations. The delegation visited the palace of the traditional ruler, where the commissioner reiterated the police commitment to ensuring that all those responsible are brought to justice.
This thing is over everywhere. It's an embarrassment to this country, and we will not relent in getting them arrested. I also want to applaud and appreciate the students for their maturity by not protesting. It's very wonderful. It's well commendable. I want to tell you that the special grace of God will get everyone that's involved in this matter.
In response, the king and the community leaders pledged their vying to support efforts to identify and arrest the perpetrators.
You rape proper penetration or no penetration, to me, they are all rape. They are evil. No girl child should ever suffer
it. I appreciate you warmly, my Commissioner of Police.
Meanwhile, 4 victims have spoken to journalists off camera, recanting how they were harassed and assaulted during the incident.
On Thursday, I was wearing shorts. So when I saw the crowd, they were like, someone get. Someone shook their hand under my one shorts. Someone was just molesting me that day, and I was also looking at my project proposal and that did handle the book.
When I went out, I entered the bike. So when I got there, a lot of boys, they started shouting, "You push that she's a girl." Then they started dragging my clothes, ensuring that I'll go naked. And I was there screaming. I was shouting that they should let me be. They tore my dress, and I misplaced my things. They tore my dress. They were piercing my breast. A lot of boys and my body, my back. They dragged my dress. I have not been able to sleep well. Even last night, I was sleeping and I was shouting. It was my mom that came to meet me like last night, and she prayed with me before sleeping. I want justice, and I also want them to compensate me for the things I lost.
As police intensifies effort to arrest those involved, attention is now focused on securing justice for the victims, helping them heal from the trauma, and ensuring such incidents do not happen again, either in Ozoro or elsewhere in Nigeria.
Welcome to DERSAG Engineering and Services Limited. We hold several specialized permits with the Department of Petroleum Resources, are accredited with service and product codes by NIPEX, certified by Dun & Bradstreet, and proudly ISO 9001:2015 certified. Our areas of expertise cut across critical sectors, including manpower sourcing and supply, engineering services, construction and fabrication works, specialized procurement and supply, operations and maintenance services, and integrated marine services, delivering supply boats, crew boats, tugboats, barges, houseboats, and speedboats. At DERSAG Engineering, we are committed to quality, safety, and timely delivery, ensuring that every project meets and exceeds expectations. DERSAG Engineering and Services Limited, your trusted partner in delivering. World-class engineering and energy solutions.
Democracy had an engine room, the National Assembly would be right at the center of it, from lawmaking to keeping government powers in check. This arm of government plays a crucial role in how Nigeria is run. But what exactly does the National Assembly do, and why does it matter to us as everyday Nigerians? Let's break it down.
The National Assembly is Nigeria's federal legislature, established under the 1999 Constitution. It is responsible for making laws for the entire country and represents the Nigerian people at the national level. Nigeria operates a bicameral legislature, meaning the National Assembly has 2 chambers. The first is the Senate, which consists of 109 members. Each of Nigeria's 36 states elects 3 senators, while the Federal Capital Territory elects 1. The second chamber is the House of Representatives, made up of 360 members elected from federal constituencies across the country, based largely on population. Together, these 2 chambers ensure that both population size and geographical spread are represented in national decision-making. So why does Nigeria operate 2 legislative chambers instead of 1? The bicameral system is designed to promote balance and careful decision-making. While the House of Representatives reflects population distribution, the Senate ensures equal representation of each state. This structure prevents dominance by more populous regions and encourages broader national consensus before laws are passed. It also creates an internal system of checks where both chambers review and debate legislation independently. The primary responsibility of the National Assembly is lawmaking. A proposed law, known as a bill, can be introduced by a lawmaker or forwarded by the executive arm of government. Each bill goes through a structured process. The first reading, where it is formally introduced. The second reading, where principles are debated. The committee stage, where detailed examination takes place. And the third reading, where final approval is sought. Public hearings may be held, allowing experts, civil society groups, and citizens to contribute to the process. Once passed by both chambers, the bill is sent to the president for assessment. If the president refuses to sign, the Constitution allows the National Assembly to override that decision with a 2/3 majority, reinforcing legislature's independence. But the work of the National Assembly doesn't stop at lawmaking. One of its most critical responsibilities is oversight. This means monitoring how government ministries, departments, and agencies carry out their duties. Through committee hearings, investigations, and summons, the National Assembly can question public officials on policy implementation and spending. Ministers and heads of agencies are required to explain their actions and justify the use of public funds. This oversight role is vital for transparency, accountability, and preventing misuse of power. One of the most influential powers of the National Assembly lies in the nation's finances. Each year, the president presents the national budget to a joint session of the National Assembly. Lawmakers review the proposed spending, debate allocations, and make necessary amendments. No government can legally occur without the approval of the National Assembly. The legislature also approves external and domestic loans, monitors government borrowing, and ensures that the public funds are spent according to approved budgets. This authority gives the National Assembly significant influence over Nigeria's economic priorities and development plans. Members of the National Assembly are elected to speak for the people. Lawmakers represent specific constituencies and senatorial districts. They raise motions, sponsor bills, and advocate for projects that reflect the needs of their communities. Ideally, this ensures national policies consider the realities on ground, from infrastructure and education to security and healthcare. Through this representative role, citizens' concerns are meant to reach the federal level. The National Assembly also serves as a guardian of the Constitution. It has the power to amend the Constitution, approve key appointments such as ministers and ambassadors, and confirm judicial nominees. In extreme cases, the National Assembly can initiate impeachment proceedings against the president, vice president, and other top officials following constitutional procedures. These responsibilities help maintain balance among Nigeria's three arms of government: the executive, legislature, and judiciary. Despite its importance, the National Assembly faces criticism. Issues such as low public trust, concerns over transparency, and debates around remuneration have shaped public perception. However, the effectiveness of the National Assembly often reflects broader democratic challenges, including voter participation, accountability, and civic engagement. Strengthening the legislature ultimately requires active citizen involvement and sustained democratic pressure.
In simple terms, the National Assembly makes laws, checks government powers, controls public spending, and represents the people. While debates continue about performance and responsibilities, its role remains central to democracy. Understanding how it works helps citizens know where power lies and how to demand for better governance. Alright guys, that is all on this episode of Explained. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms. Follow, like, and share, and we'll see you next time.
Welcome to DERSAG Engineering and Services Limited. We hold several specialized permits with the Department of Petroleum Resources, are accredited with service and product codes by NIPEX, certified by Dun & Bradstreet, and proudly ISO 9001:2015 certified. Our areas of expertise cut across critical sectors, including manpower sourcing and supply, engineering services, construction and fabrication works, specialized procurement and supply, operations and maintenance services, and integrated marine services, delivering supply boats, crew boats, tugboats, barges, houseboats, and speed boats. At DERSAG Engineering, we are committed to quality, safety, and timely delivery, ensuring that every project meets and exceeds expectations. DERSAG Engineering and Services Limited, your trusted partner in delivering world-class engineering and energy solutions. Welcome to Dursag Engineering and Services Limited. We hold several specialized permits with the Department of Petroleum Resources, are accredited with service and product codes by NIPEX, certified by Dun & Bradstreet, and proudly ISO 9001:2015 certified. Our areas of expertise cut across critical sectors, including manpower sourcing and supply, engineering services, construction and fabrication works, specialized procurement and supply, operations and maintenance services, and integrated marine services, delivering supply boats, crew boats, tugboats, barges, houseboats, and speed boats. At Dursag Engineering, we are committed to quality, safety, and timely delivery, ensuring that every project meets and exceeds expectations. Dursag Engineering and Services Limited, your trusted partner in delivering world-class engineering and energy solutions. Welcome to Dursag Engineering and Services Limited. We hold several specialized permits with the Department of Petroleum Resources, are accredited with service and product codes by NIPEX, certified by Dun & Bradstreet, and proudly ISO 9001:2015 certified. Our areas of expertise cut across critical sectors, including manpower sourcing and supply, engineering services, construction and fabrication works, specialized procurement and supply, operations and maintenance services, and integrated marine services, delivering supply boats, crew boats, tugboats, barges, houseboats, and speed boats. At Dursag Engineering, we are committed to quality, safety, and timely delivery, ensuring that every project meets and exceeds expectations. Dursag Engineering and Services Limited, your trusted partner in delivering world-class engineering and energy solutions.
All right, you're welcome back to TVM Express this morning, and we have with us, joining us via Zoom, we have a guest. She's a broadcaster, and at the same time she's a lecturer, so she's a woman of many hats, and she's going to be speaking to us or sharing her opinion with us regarding what she feels about handling managing sexual violence for those who are victims, and how as people or as human beings who exist in this on this planet, sharing this planet with ourselves, how we can maybe conduct ourselves moving forward to reduce these incidents of sexual violence, particularly one of this magnitude that happened in Ogara that felt endorsed by the culture, if not because the palace came out, felt like, oh, it's the cultural thing to do there. I'm actually glad that they came out strongly against it. So she's going to be joining us. I don't know if PD is ready. Let's have her on this set. We have Mrs. Esiri Temabo. She's a broadcaster, like I said, and she's also a lecturer. Thank you for joining us this morning, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Good morning.
Good morning. Great. All right. You are a Delta. Probably might have to start addressing this thing from the cultural aspect of it, right? I've been in Delta State for a couple of years, and unfortunately, sorry to bring this up, but unfortunately, what happened in Ogara is an instance of stories I have heard over time from various people. I have not experienced it, I have not witnessed it, but I have heard stories of different cultural activities that seem to promote sexual assault or some kind of violence against the women folks. Is that something that you are aware of?
I'm sorry, you got cut off there.
Oh, okay. I was saying that I heard instances from different people that there are certain culture that promotes this violence against the women folks, particularly in this part of the country. I don't know if it's something you are aware of as a Delta.
Okay, well, good morning, and thank you for having me on your show this morning. I should state it categorically that yes, this festival, these cultural practices do exist. As absurd as they sound to be hearing, they do exist. One example, one very good example, would be that of the Ekwan community of Uwe local government area. I myself have seen that happen firsthand. Happens every year, as a matter of fact. I hear it happens towards October, maybe in October, November. But yes, that happens. Another example I could give you is that of Okere community in Warri South local government area, right? Where they declare a festival, and then next thing that happens, women are being assaulted. And also, I should correct, you said that this happened in Ogara. It actually happened in Ozoro, in the Isoko North local government area.
No, please.
Are you there? Am I still on?
Yeah, you are on. You are on. All right.
Okay.
So now, all right. The whole how has the reaction been? You just mentioned that it's the regular or their festivals or cultural festivals that seem to promote things like that. But has there been any serious backlash from
These or the women in question in this area? Has there been any reaction regarding that?
Okay, so none that I know of, that there have been backlash, there have been an outcry, none that I know of. Now, I'm going to say this really clearly. I mentioned before that I myself have witnessed firsthand, especially in the Ekpan area of Uwe local government area, where I don't know what that festival is called, but I know that when it happens, on the road, they go about groping the bosom, of women, unsuspecting women. Now, I would say that these things do not. I'm going to say this categorically, and anybody out there can come out and prove me wrong. These things do not happen to the women of the community. I've not heard that any woman from Ekma in Uwe local government area was abused like that, or was outside or in the area when the festival was going on. It always happens to unsuspecting non-indigenes who pass by, people, because that's a popular area. I have to pass there to work, right? That's part of my route to work, to the school where I lecture. So I'm passing through there, I'm going to work, I don't stay in that area, and I'm just going there one beautiful, let's say Wednesday morning, and I get to the road, there's a lot of commotion, and there are men, even small boys, groping my chest. Really absurd. So as far as an outcry, I can't say that I've heard about any. Of course, there's usually when it happens, when I see they do this thing, oh, it should have gone by now, but that there has been a public speaking out about it, I don't think so. However, I can tell you that there has been, whether this outcry has come out so loud, I cannot tell you so. But however, I know that there has been cases, or one case where Comrade Israel Joe has tried to speak out against one that happened really recently in this same Ekpan community of the Uwe local government area. At the time, the local government chairman of the area at the time had come out, decried the whole thing, and made sure some measures were put in place, to protect women, especially unsuspecting women. Remember that I said it is usually to unsuspecting women who are just passing by, going to work, or going about their daily activities, as the case may be, right? So, although there has not been any um, continuous talking about this out there, I can tell you that one person in particular, that's the one that I know of, Honorable Comrade Israel Joe, is a human rights activist. I follow him on Facebook. That's how I know that he has cried out about it. He has spoken about it. And then there was a lot of backlash, of course. People came out to say, oh, it's our tradition, the women should not come out. But how would the women know that they're not supposed to come out when I don't stay there? First of all, I don't stay in the place. Second of all, I don't understand which is the language that they would use to announce, because in the case of the Ozoro community, they said they made announcements. You made announcements in what language? In Isoko, of course, and that's a student area where students came from far and wide to the Southern Delta University who do not understand, first of all, their mother tongue, not to talk of another person's mother tongue. And you said you made announcements in those areas before the event occurred. So that's really terrible. That's really terrible.
So, how we can manage situations like this when it happens. How do you think someone who is a victim of such, how do you think you can approach reporting such, because it's a very sensitive thing? So what do you think how do you think a victim should manage reporting it or should handle it when it happens?
Was a victim, right? And the lady was devastated. I'm telling you, she was, as a matter of fact. And I'm telling you that I know how that can affect your mind, affect your psyche. Like I said, I personally have been in Ekpa when that their festival, like I said, I don't know the name, what it's called, but they call it, Breast Festival in Warri, but I'm not sure that that's the name, because how can that even be the name? Even, I digress. Even
that should not be the name.
Festival that happened, that can't be the name, yeah. Even the one that happened in Zoro that has been all over, the name that has been all over the internet space, that's not the name of that festival. It's just the activities that led to people calling it that, right? So, first of all, so I know how devastating it can actually be in that kind of situation, to have that kind of thing happen to you. Now, SP Daffy, Brian Daffy, from the police PRO, has come out to say that there was no penetration of women. I'm sorry, I'm digressing a little bit from your question. I might have to ask you the question again, because I'm digressing now. So, the police released a statement to say that there were no penetrations, and no persons were there was no actual intercourse. So I'm wondering, I'm asking the question, so the eyewitnesses, they are just blabbing, they are saying rubbish, they don't know what they're talking about. They say the police has been...
That's what prompted the...
As a lady, because what the police said was nobody actually reported that. Yeah.
I'm sorry to... So there was this one that was on the internet. It was widespread, right? Where this young man and his woman, his girlfriend, were, going about, walking about, having some really cool time in the cool of the evening. And then, of course, these guys came outside, oh, see one woman, and they held her. The voice note said that while they were trying to do that to her, the boy trying to protect her also got himself assaulted, sexually assaulted by the men. So is that a lie? Are people just making up stories? the people that the one that one eyewitness also is very widespread. These things are on the internet. You can go and check them out. Very widespread. This girl, it was a group chat apparently, said that she was standing inside her compound, peeping through the gates when she saw a lot of them, the guys who were at it, and this young lady.
Govern a country that is this diverse? Here on Explain Nigeria, everything is going to be broken down for you. The answer Nigeria chose was federalism, a way to share power, protect diversity, and promote unity. Federalism in Nigeria is a system of government where power is shared between the central government, states, and smaller political units under one constitution. In Nigeria, these are the federal government, 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory, and 774 local governments. Each level has constitutionally defined responsibilities designed to promote cooperation rather than domination. Nigeria is a large and diverse country made up of many ethnic groups, religions, and cultures. To manage this diversity and prevent domination by any single group, Nigeria adopted federalism. Nigeria operates a three-tier system of governments. At the top is the federal government, which handles national matters such as defense, foreign affairs, currency, and immigration. Next are the state governments, 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory, responsible for regional issues like education, healthcare, agriculture, and infrastructure. At the grassroots are local governments, which bring governance closer to the people by handling community-level services. Nigeria adopted federalism to manage its deep ethnic, religious, and cultural diversity. With over 250 ethnic groups, federalism was meant to prevent domination by any single group, protect minorities, and bring government closer to the people.
Just days after the reported incident in Ozoro, home to the Western Delta University, the police commissioner, Aina Deshola, led a team of officers to the community as part of ongoing investigations. The delegation visited the palace of the traditional ruler, where the commissioner reiterated the police commitments to ensuring that all those responsible are brought to justice.
This thing is over everywhere. It's an embarrassment to this country, and we will not relent in getting them arrested. I also want to applaud and appreciate the students for their maturity by not protesting. It's very wonderful. It's well commendable. I want to tell you that by the special grace of God, we will get everyone that is involved with this matter.
In response, the king and the community leaders pledged their vowing to support efforts to identify and arrest the perpetrators.
Rape, proper penetration or no penetration, to me, they are all rape. They are evil. No girl child should ever suffer it. I appreciate you warmly, my commissioner of police.
Meanwhile, 4 victims have spoken to journalists off camera, recounting how they were harassed and assaulted during the incident.
On Thursday, I was very short, so when I saw the crowd, they were like, someone get. Someone shook their hand under my ponchos. Someone was just, they were molesting me that day. And I was also only my project proposal on my hand that day. They rough handled the book.
When I went out, I entered the bike. So when I got there, a lot of boys, they started shouting, "You push, you hold her, she's a girl." Then they started dragging my clothes, ensuring that I'll go naked, and I was there screaming. I was shouting that they should let me be. They tore my dress and I misplaced my things. They tore my dress. They were pressing my breast. A lot of boys and my body, my back. They dragged my dress. I've not been able to sleep well. Even last night I was sleeping and I was shouting. It was my mom that came to meet me like last night, and she prayed with me before sleeping. I want justice, and I also want them to compensate me for the things I lost.
As police intensifies effort to arrest those involved, attention is now focused on securing justice for the victims, helping them heal from the trauma, and ensuring such incidents do not happen again, either in Ozoro or elsewhere in Nigeria.
These cut across critical sectors include Welcome to DERSAG Engineering and Services Limited. We hold several specialized permits with the Department of Petroleum Resources, are accredited with service and product codes by NIPEX, certified by Dun & Bradstreet, and proudly ISO 9001:2015 certified. Our areas of expertise cut across critical sectors, including manpower sourcing and supply, engineering services, construction and fabrication works, specialized procurement and supply, operations and maintenance services, and integrated marine services, delivering supply boats, crew boats, tugboats, barges, houseboats, and speed boats. At DERSAG Engineering, we are committed to quality, safety, and timely delivery, ensuring that every project meets and exceeds expectations. DERSAG Engineering and Services Limited, your trusted partner in delivering world-class engineering and energy solutions. Welcome to DERSAG Engineering and Services Limited.
All right, you're welcome back. You're welcome back. We still have with us our broadcaster on the line. Are you with us, ma'am? Okay, all right, great. Now, you've said that it's most of the cultures do practice it. Personally, I do wonder if we can stop the killing of twins in this part of the world. Then what is in a festival that cannot be stopped? But
put in place by human beings, and they can be as place. So yes, of course, they can be stopped.
Now, let's look at the role, because we are media practitioners. You are a broadcaster, right? Now, do you think the way sexual violence is being covered, do you think it encourages people to speak up, or does it sometimes discourage them?
I think that there are cases where media coverage of this sexual assault prompts people to speak. However, in our part of the world, in this Nigeria part of the world, there is still this stigmatization that happens to victims.
Hello, are you with us?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, all right. So I was saying that, yes, media coverage has caused people to speak out. People have the area we're living, the stigmatization that exists when you come out to say, oh, I was assaulted by social person, and especially because we have a
we seem to be having challenges
Hearing from her.
from
I know she's still online, but
Nigeria in our communities when someone speaks out. So I can tell you that there's still a lot of people who will not speak out, who will not come out to say, oh, I was assaulted or I was harassed. And I should say this out here because there's been a lot of backlash, especially after the last false alarm. What was her name? There was this girl who raised alarm on social media some months ago, maybe last month, I can't recall, or some weeks ago, that said she had been assaulted, and the person sent her a message, only to find out that it was a false alarm. She wasn't assaulted. In fact, she may have schizophrenia, as the case may be. So that and many other cases have led people to begin to cry wolf, to say that, oh, it's a lie, oh, it's a lie. I'm going to tell you, sexual assault, sexual molestation, sexual harassment will happen. And they do not only happen to the women folk, because there's been a lot of coming out there backlash from the men folk to say, oh, you people are always doing, a lot of them are false and all of that. I can tell you categorically, at least are sexually harassed, they're sexually molested. If someone listening to me this morning or watching me this morning would want to wonder, how do they so molest men? Yes, women harassment too. I can tell you categorically that 1 in 13 men are harassed sexually. I can tell you that 1 in 4 little boys are sexually molested. They are sexually assaulted, especially by people who are close to them. So it doesn't just happen to the women folk. That said, as much as we do our best in the media to come out to say, or speak out, if something happens to you, don't keep it to yourself. Now, you asked the question earlier, I think I didn't get to answering. You asked what could be done, to the victims and all of that. These people it can be a loss on your mental health when you are assaulted like that, especially a mass assault, a gang assault, different men from different places. If you saw that video of the young lady whose dress they were tearing apart, you could see how visibly shaking she was. That lady is not going to forget that experience in a hurry. Now, I did mention earlier that I know someone who was also a person. That lady getting married in May, by the way, and she said she was assaulted. She doesn't know how to tell her husband that this thing, she was there, she's a victim. Her husband to be, that is, that this thing happened to her. Now, imagine the psychological state of those ladies. I don't know the 4 people that they interviewed who said there were no penetrations, but then they were assaulted, they were molested. People had hands in their bodies. They tore people's clothes off. Those ladies, even though they were not penetrated, will be going through a lot of psychological self-esteem trauma. There's gonna be a lot of trauma happening right now. The only thing I can say is that they need justice. Now, saying that they need justice doesn't end at saying that the chief priest was arrested, the organizers were arrested. Look, perpetrators can be identified. Young men who were present can be identified. As a matter of fact, I feel like they were only able to, we only saw a few videos online. What about the things that were not posted? What about the ones that happened, that people didn't catch on video? But I think that faces can be identified. All those young men that made videos of themselves before the festival started, they made videos of themselves in maybe in front of the shrine or something. They were dancing and preparing. Those people can be identified, and those people should be arrested, because I think those people were also part of the people who assaulted young ladies. Now, there needs to be personal. These ladies need closure. They need justice for them to feel okay. And I'm telling you that even after they hear that, oh, the person that did this to you was arrested, they wouldn't still feel as good as they should feel, because it's something that sticks to your brain for the rest of your life, as a matter of fact. They need therapy as well. These people, I was saying this, a friend was lamenting to me about that, her friend who was a part of, who was a victim. of the event that happened at Ozoro, and I was saying to her, I hope that this doesn't lead people to want to begin to take their lives, because this is what happened. We've heard cases, we've seen cases of when people are assaulted, both male and female, like I said earlier. People are assaulted sexually and they begin to doubt themselves, begin to doubt their self-worth, begin to see themselves as nothing, and the next thing we hear is that, oh, this person took their lives. Now, it will be so sad and very devastating if we begin to hear cases, because like I said, they only have 4 people that they interviewed. A lot happened behind the scenes. A lot of ladies were not recorded. A lot of ladies, because people that, there's only 4 ladies that moved. I beg your pardon, till the evening. You won't tell me that. So statement, you could see that he was visibly mortified and angry. You could see the look on his face. I was watching the video of him when he was interrogating one of the organizers. You could see the anger. He was vehemently speaking that man, talking that man down. To tell you, did you tell me, and all of that. I appreciate him, but that's not enough. We need justice. And it's a community. The thing about small communities, it's not a small community, but the thing about those kinds of communities is the fact that somebody knows somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody. These boys can be identified and brought out so that there can be mass justice.
All right, ma'am, Siri, Mambo, thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank
you. You put a lot of
Here that if you are listening to this or you're hearing this or you come across this, and whether you are part of the victims at Ozoro or not, if you have been a victim of gender-based violence or sexual violence, you could reach out to the Federation of International Federation of Women Lawyers. That's the FIDA, the Nigeria chapter. They actually are very, very good advocates of things like this. They have been very wonderful. They've been immensely helpful over the years, and incidents like this that I'm aware of. So you could call their number, you could go to their website, get their contacts there, or I could call the number out for you. It's at +234 708 849 6115. That is +234 708 849 6115, or you could send them an email at fidanigeria@yahoo.com. They have their address in Lagos, in Abuja rather, at Block 1, Flat 1, Ankpa Close, Ogun Street, Area 2, Garki, Abuja. But I also know that they are in the different states of the Federation. So if you are not sure of how to contact them in your state, just call the numbers that I just read out, and you will get someone who will direct you. I'm hoping our presentation director will be able to get the number on the screen with time. It's 234 708 849 6115. 234 708 849 6115. All right, that's about a wrap for us this morning. I think our guest has done justice to everything, and we should not have to overflog issues. But to the police force that says they interviewed 4 suspects and there was no penetration, number one, sexual assault is not just penetration, first of all. Whether there was, whatever you call, whether there was penetration, whether there was groping, somebody has been violated. Number two, it's not just enough to make arrests, according to our guest, and I agree with her. It's not just enough to make arrests. I think aside from NGOs, even the government can take deliberate step to make sure that victims of such cases, because this is mass assault. This is not like the video of that young lady that I was referring to. I cried for that lady because I tried to imagine her life the next day, her life the week after, her life the year after, remembering something like that. The amount of guys who were on her. So I think the government should deliberately do something.
Yeah. Trauma like that is very hard to speak up. You feel traumatized. You feel like nobody will believe you because there are no witnesses. You just
no, there were witnesses in this case.
Yes, this one there were a lot of witnesses. And doing something like that out in the open is that is something that is bound to traumatize you for life.
Exactly. Because she's going to be moving around that vicinity.
And everybody will be looking at that either with pity or with so much pity or blame that they, like I read on Twitter, someone said you know that they've given out this type of instruction, so why you as a female coming outside? That is a very, very invalid thing to say.
It is irresponsible for you to instruct people that you want to do festivals, so they should not come out from your house. Ask who? Even the government. If the government want to do that, they would put a curfew. But the government cannot put a curfew because they are doing something. So you can't. You have no legal rights. And I think I have to say this: Nigeria is a social state. We do not operate. It is not a religious country. It is not a cultural country. It is a social country. There is freedom. You can be anywhere in Nigeria, regardless of the state you come from. You can be in any state. You have the right to be in any state in this country. It doesn't matter if you're from one other state. So you cannot tell people that because you want to do a festival, you should stay in their house. It is ridiculous and it is illegal. It's just because we tend to allow a lot of things just slide unnecessarily in this country. So scapegoats has not been made. So if the authorities make scapegoats of certain people, I think a lot of cultures would adjust and a lot of cultures would change. All right. I think that wraps it up for us this episode of TVM Express. Our heart goes out to the victim. We pray that
please don't be afraid to speak up. Someone will always be there for you.
Exactly. We pray that the victims get the peace, and we also pray that the government, or we're calling on the government to extend professional help to these people. They need this help. This is the time to show the humanity in governance, to show that this government is not just
there has to be
about,
more ways for these people to know that they can always fight for their rights and get the justice that they deserve.
Aside from fighting for their right, those that were the victims should get professional help to trauma treatment, because this is traumatic for them. They get trauma treatments, to get psychological
trauma
treatment.
Like that's very hard to let go of. You can't just wake up one day and say, oh yeah, over it.
So we plead with the government to get things like that done. And we also ask the people in that community to show some grace in dealing with these victims. They are part of you. You see them every day. Just show some grace in dealing with them. Let them exist. Let them just exist in peace. You do not have to treat them like victims. They don't have to be addressed as victims. They are human beings that something happened to. It doesn't make them less human. It doesn't make them different. And going forward, for cultures who still harbor traditions that are criminal in nature, like the one our guest just said, where you go about groping women on the street in the name of a festival, you should take a look inward and work on those kind of things. It is not necessary in this day and age. And if you say it's your culture and it's your tradition, if you say it's your culture and it's your tradition, for God's sake, once upon a time in this world, we are killing twins. We no longer kill twin babies. So if that can stop any or every other tradition that is useless in this then and in this time and age, can be stopped. Yeah, it can be abolished.
Because I've read about that festival. It's mainly for fertility. So I don't know what came over the youths in that community to do such a thing, such a diabolical thing.
Yeah. All right. So this has been TVM Express. Stay tuned to TVM. Remember, we are coming to you from the metropolitan town of Delta State. Engage with us on our social media platform. Call us, reach out on WhatsApp. You can call our phone number you see on the screen. Interact with our Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, and X handles, and to get more news updates and details, particularly news coming out from this region of Nigeria. You can download our apps on the Android and Android phones on the Play Store. And for those of you who are using iPhones, I promise you, I can assure you that very, very soon, you'll be able to also get our apps on your iPhone. We are hard at work on it to make sure it happens. And also another OTA apps on your Play Store, talking about TV apps on the Play Store. We are on free-to-air satellite presently. You can check us out at the Toxat Birds frequency, satellite frequency. You just check us out, you'll see us there on TVM. And stay tuned and continue enjoying the rest of your day. Goodbye.
This is TVM. TVM delivers breaking stories, global headlines, and the moments that matter. This is TVM. TVM delivers breaking stories, global headlines, and the moments that matter. From exciting sports action to exclusive local events, we keep you connected. Celebrate our culture, people, and voices with powerful documentaries and inspiring stories. Experience premium entertainment, from trending music to urban lifestyle and beyond. Grow your spirit with life-changing messages and uplifting perspectives. Lead the way with bold conversations, fresh ideas, and thought-provoking shows. Wherever you are, whenever you want, watch TVM on all your devices. TVM, your world, your network.
Welcome to Dursag Engineering and Services Limited. We hold several specialized permits with the Department of Petroleum Resources, are accredited with service and product codes by NIPEX, certified by Dun & Bradstreet, and proudly ISO 9001:2015 certified. Our areas of expertise cut across critical sectors, including manpower sourcing and supply, engineering services, construction and fabrication works, specialized procurement and supply, operations and maintenance services, and integrated marine services, delivering supply boats, crew boats, tugboats, barges, houseboats, and speed boats. At Dursag Engineering, we are committed to quality, safety, and timely delivery, ensuring that every project meets and exceeds expectations. Dursag Engineering and Services Limited, your trusted partner in delivering world-class engineering and energy solutions.
Hey guys, it's time to stay glued to your favorite social diary event first right here on TVM, where we bring you the very best of celebration. I am Adeze Thompson. We celebrate with His Royal Majesty Kingsley Emakpo Orere Igbe II on his second coronation anniversary.
2 years ago, a successful contractor and philanthropist became king. His Majesty Kingsley Emakpo Orere Igbe II was chosen to become the king of Agbara Warri Kingdom. He celebrates with his people. If democracy had an engine room, the National Assembly would be right at the center of it. From lawmaking to keeping government powers in check, this arm of government plays a crucial role in how Nigeria is run. But what exactly does the National Assembly do, and why does it matter to us as everyday Nigerians? Let's break it down.
The National Assembly is Nigeria's federal legislature, established under the 1999 Constitution. It is responsible for making laws for the entire country and represents the Nigerian people at the national level. Nigeria operates a bicameral legislature, meaning the National Assembly has two chambers. The first is the Senate, which consists of 109 members. Each of Nigeria's 36 states elects 3 senators, while the Federal Capital Territory elects 1. The second chamber is the House of Representatives, made up of 360 members elected from federal constituencies across the country, based largely on population. Together, these two chambers ensure that both population size and geographical spread are represented in national decision-making. So why does Nigeria operate 2 legislative chambers instead of 1? The bicameral system is designed to promote balance and careful decision-making. While the House of Representatives reflects population distribution, the Senate ensures equal representation of each state. This structure prevents dominance by more populous regions and encourages broader national consensus before laws are passed. It also creates an internal system of checks where both chambers review and debate legislation independently. The primary responsibility of the National Assembly is lawmaking. A proposed law, known as a bill, can be introduced by a lawmaker or forwarded by the executive arm of government. Each bill goes through a structured process. The first reading, where it is formally introduced. The second reading, where principles are debated. The committee stage, where detailed examination takes place. And the third reading, where final approval is sought. Public hearings may be held, allowing experts, civil society groups, and citizens to contribute to the process. Once passed by both chambers, the bill is sent to the president for assessment. If the president refuses to sign, The Constitution allows the National Assembly to override that decision with a 2/3 majority, reinforcing legislature's independence. But the work of the National Assembly doesn't stop at lawmaking. One of its most critical responsibilities is oversight. This means monitoring how government ministries, departments, and agencies carry out their duties. Through committee hearings, investigations, and summons, the National Assembly can question public officials on policy implementation and spending. Ministers and heads of agencies are required to explain their actions and justify the use of public funds. This oversight role is vital for transparency, accountability, and preventing misuse of power. One of the most influential powers of the National Assembly lies in the nation's finances. Each year, the President presents the national budget to a joint session of the National Assembly. Lawmakers review the proposed spending, debate allocations, and make necessary amendments. No government can legally occur without the approval of the National Assembly. The legislature also approves external and domestic loans, monitors government borrowing, and ensures that the public funds are spent according to approved budgets. This authority gives the National Assembly significant influence over Nigeria's economic priorities and development plans. Members of the National Assembly are elected to speak for the people. Lawmakers represent specific constituencies and senatorial districts. They raise motions, sponsor bills, and advocate for projects that reflect the needs of their communities. Ideally, this ensures national policies consider the realities on ground, from infrastructure and education to security and healthcare. Through this representative role, citizens' concerns are meant to reach the federal level. The National Assembly also serves as a guardian of the Constitution. It has the power to amend the Constitution, approve key appointments such as ministers and ambassadors, and confirm judicial nominees. In extreme cases, the National Assembly can initiate impeachment proceedings against the President, Vice President, and other top officials following constitutional procedures. These responsibilities help maintain balance among Nigeria's three arms of government: the executive, legislature, and judiciary. Despite its importance, the National Assembly faces criticism. Issues such as low public trust, concerns over transparency, and debates around remuneration have shaped public perception. However, the effectiveness of the National Assembly often reflects broader democratic challenges, including voter participation, accountability, and civic engagement. Strengthening the legislature ultimately requires active citizen involvement and sustained democratic pressure.
In simple terms, the National Assembly makes laws, checks government powers, controls public spending, and represents the people. While debates continue about performance and responsibilities, its role remains central to democracy. Understanding how it works helps citizens know where power lies and how to demand for better governance. Alright guys, that is all on this episode of Explained. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms. Follow, like, and share, and we'll see you next time.
Hi guys, welcome to another episode of On the Couch with me, your homegirl, Mara Samuels. Today is going to be a very, very different session because today I just want us to communicate. I want us to talk. Today I'll be talking about depression. I have a guest with me in the studio, but before I introduce my guest, let's talk. What is depression? What is depression for you as a person, as a viewer watching me on this segment? Depression is something that we usually overlook. Depression is more like a medical condition. Depression is a change of mood. Depression could be anything, that people overlook. Depression is a whole lot. This is a very broad topic, by the way. depression, we cannot talk about depression in a few minutes. Depression is a whole lot. So today I have in the studio Ms. Suo Ikomoni. She has decided to come join me while we talk about this topic, depression. Hello, Suo. How are you? I love that you're calm the way I'm calm, because this topic is a very humble kind of topic, because no matter who you are on this earth, on the face of this earth, I just hope and I pray that you don't ever get to pass through this phase called depression. So what is depression for you?
Well, I think depression is just a state of being out of yourself. Yeah, people fall into depression and sometimes they don't know it. They just stop doing the things they love to do. They just can't be around people. They want to be alone. They just want to be by themselves. They don't want anyone. They just want to think. And that thinking affects it. It's also part of it, because it's life. It's thinking about your life that causes the depression.
Yeah, the persistent sadness, the feeling worthless, different kinds of things. It could be financial reasons, it could be loss of a loved one, it could be emotional heartbreak, it could be a friendship heartbreak, it could be a relationship heartbreak, I beg your pardon, it could be emotionally. It could be an emotional depression. It could be from the loss of a loved one, it could be from loss of a friend, it could be from loss of your partner, your relationship partner, and all of that.
It could also be being maltreated. It could also be from PTSD, from past trauma, childhood trauma. Depression comes from those things.
How long do you think one can be depressed for?
I don't know. I honestly can't say. Maybe a psychiatrist can come and talk more on that and say.
I think depression. Because when you talked about childhood trauma now, I think somebody can be depressed for the longest time.
Yes.
There are people that can be depressed almost their whole life.
Yes.
Before having to realize it and then start working on themselves, do the self-awareness, and make positive and obvious efforts to come out of that. But I think that people can be depressed almost their whole life.
That's very true.
Yeah.
Some people do not even know that they're depressed.
Exactly. Some people are just there and they say they're introverts. Yeah. Some people believe, because I'm calm, I'm quiet, I don't talk.
I'm on my own.
I just love to be in my space. You could be depressed. But you just feel, oh no, that's just how I am. And then people around will be like, oh no, she doesn't talk. She's a very quiet girl. He's a very quiet boy. That person could be battling depression. And also, I think one of the worst forms of depression is you are going through it and you act like you're fine. That is a very terrible and a very difficult thing to do. Like, you are aware that you are not feeling yourself. You are aware that you're depressed. But you just have to show up for everyone. You have to act like you're fine so that people do not hold on to you and ask you, what's going on. You just have to show out like you're fine. And contrary to what you said, you said that depression can actually make you calm. And for some people are actually very jovial and very loud and noisy, and then you will never suspect that this person is depressed until they come out to tell you I've been battling depression and all of that. Some people are actually the very noisy and lousy type and very loud type. You see people tell them, oh, she's the life of the party, he's the life of the party. That person could be battling depression. That person could be going through it.
That's very true.
Yeah, and then, but there are so many things to this depression thing. There's so many phases to this depression. What do you think Yeah, I know we mentioned some of the few causes that we think must have caused depression in recent times. Loss of loved one, financial crisis, and all of that, midlife crisis, peer pressure, facing adulthood, pressure from family, pressure from your friends, and all of that. But why do you think people get depressed? Why do you think that, some people, they find it difficult to contain their emotions, and then they just lose it and fall into depression?
Well, probably because they don't have people to talk. I believe if you're going through something, loss of a family, loss of a loved one, and you don't have anyone to talk to about it, or people around you have put you on a pedestal, so they are not really people you can talk to about those kinds of things, but you have to also show up for them.
Yeah.
So act like everything is good, but deep down you're going through something, and there's no one to talk to about it. It's going to be true. Those kinds of things.
So we are coming out here to talk to ourselves, and also to talk to our amazing viewers. Whatever it is that you go through, please speak up. Talk to somebody. And also, I think part of why people fear to talk out, or part of why people fear to speak up, is the fear of being judged. They don't, like you said, some people must have put you, or must have put the person on a pedestal that, they now feel, oh, this person sees me as this. If I now calm down, or if I bring myself to this level and tell them, oh, this is what it is that's going on with me, they might judge me. They might. So I think that's also part of the reasons why people don't talk about it.
Not just being judged, being slighted. How do I say? Like, you
and
come
then
to
they
someone
make
and they make
derogatory
it look like
statements,
it's
and
nothing.
then
It's just in your head.
Yeah.
Nothing is going on. You'll be fine.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
Or
life is happening to everybody.
life
it's not just
happens,
you.
exactly. Those kinds of things make you not want to come out at all. Maybe you've had a conversation with a person and you've gotten that kind of response before.
You will not want to talk to that person.
Sure. You want to keep to yourself. Sure. I think we should try and look for people who can actually
speak up regardless. And the thing is, before now, it used to be a quiet type. When you see that somebody has withdrawn, when you see that the person is quiet, or that person might be going through stuff. And then the instance that I gave, that it could even be the loud ones, it could be the noisy ones, So now it's even more difficult to be able to know which of these persons is actually the depressed one. Because if you see someone that is actually loud and noisy and jovial and all of that, it could be that that's that person's nature. That person might not actually be depressed. And then if you see somebody that is calm, reserved, and quiet, it could also be the person's nature. It doesn't necessarily mean that that person is depressed, but they're just trying to mask it up. So it's actually now difficult these days to know which of them is depressed, to know who is depressed. So that's why we on this show, we're coming out to say, speak to people. I mean, as a person, as a human, as an adult, you should have at least one or two persons that you can freely open up to. If you do not have a friend, you have a family member, you have a brother, you have a mother, you have somebody in your you should have somebody in your space that you should be able to speak up to and tell them as it is. Because the fear of being judged is there. I'll tell you that for a fact. The fear of being judged is there, but just be able to speak up. Just talk about it. And this thing they say, a problem shared is a problem half solved, and all of that. Then with our funny memes, I saw something and the quote said, a problem shared is still your problem. It's not half solved anything. It's still your problem. Yes, it's still your problem. That I shared my problem with you does not mean that you carry my problem for me. It's still my problem. But I spoke about it.
It relieves the weight.
Do you understand? It has taken off something from you. That's why when you go to therapy, you hear the therapist say, tell me about it. And then you just, when you realize that you just open up and you just talk about it, whether you agree to it or not, you actually feel lighter. So that's why when you see people that are down, or especially, I can say this for a fact because I know a friend of mine who's more like a sister to me. When she was heartbroken, you know, she bottled so many emotions in her, and she couldn't speak, she couldn't cry, she couldn't do anything. She was just there. She was boiling inside. I could see it in her. I was able to read her and see that. I didn't even know that she had broken up. I just saw that something was wrong. Though she's the loud and noisy type, you know, she was always, but I was able to sense that something is off about this girl. And then I called her to one corner. I was like, what's up? She said, I'm fine. I said, no, what's up? You're not, what's going on? That's when she broke down in tears and she cried for almost 10 minutes. I was just there. Like, you know, when somebody is crying, that's even going to bring me to another point. Like, when somebody is crying, don't shut them up and say, it's okay, it's okay. Allow the person to cry. Allow them to release their emotions. You know, I let her cry. I didn't, you know, stop her from crying. I let her cry because I knew that she was letting out some emotions. You know, I let her cry. She cried and cried and cried and cried. And then I said, okay, what is the problem? She told me so many deep things that I can't even start saying. I don't even want to remember those things. I was surprised that you have me as a friend. You didn't speak to me all this while about this. You mean you were? I'm not in a relationship with you. I wouldn't have gone through that with you. But speaking to somebody, I could have given you my own sense. And you know, if you had my own 2 cents, rather, and if you had, you know, picked a little from here, picked a little from there, add to the knowledge you had, you wouldn't have made all of these mistakes that you made. Well, you felt like you know it all, and then you went through all of this rough patch on your own, and then now we are here.
And the truth is that if you have a problem and you talk it out, you say it out, ideas will come to you.
Do you understand? You get ideas from here, you get ideas from there.
Even on
and then she
your
just
own.
spoke and spoke and spoke and spoke and spoke. And then I now asked her, do you still want to cry? She said no, she's done crying. I said, okay, how do you feel? She said she feels way lighter. I was like, now, this is the person I know. The person that entered this room before is not this person. Now that you have sounded like this, you've cried. I'm not going to judge you. You've cried. You've said what you want to say. Now, you know, our local fathers will say, yeah, but you don't calm down. Now this is you. So now, do you want me to start judging you, or I should just keep quiet? I said, I know you will judge me. Just, you know, the judge in that sense, it was not me castigating her. No. She's my friend. So even if I castigated her at that point, she would have understood where I was coming from, you know. But some people, they will just castigate you without even thinking that this is going to hurt you, without even thinking that this is going to put you in a bad space. They will just finish. They say finish work. They will just finish you. They wouldn't even care of their choice of words and all of that. They will just talk and talk and talk and talk.
I think we also talk about the fact that as a person, you should make yourself available.
Yeah, right. Yeah, make yourself available as a friend.
Make yourself a person that they can come to talk to about things that are eating them up.
That's why I said as a person, as an adult, whatever you are, you should have at least 1 or 2 persons that you should be able to count on and speak to.
And be that person also.
Yes, also be that person. Yeah, I'm going to talk on that when we come back from this quick break. Let's go on this quick break. We'll be right back.
At DSAG Engineering and Services, we anticipate, manage, and deliver. Since 2000, we have been a leading EPC company, ensuring customer satisfaction through quality service and timely delivery. With integrity, proficiency, and innovation at our core, we provide world-class solutions tailored to your needs. From engineering designs and construction to procurement, manpower outsourcing, and maritime supplies, DSAG delivers excellence. Partner with us today. Visit www.dsag.net or call +23 4807 254 8724. DSAG Engineering and Services, anticipate, manage, deliver. At DSAG Engineering and Services, we anticipate, manage, and deliver. Since 2000, we have been a leading EPC company, ensuring customer satisfaction through quality service and timely delivery. With integrity, proficiency, and innovation at our core, we provide world-class solutions tailored to your needs. From engineering designs and construction to procurement, manpower outsourcing, and maritime supplies, DSAG delivers excellence. Partner with us today. Visit www.dsag.net or call +23 4807 254 8724. DSAG Engineering and Services, anticipate, manage, deliver.